Okay, Mayor, the red light is on.
Okay, good. So I think we can begin. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the caucus meeting of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs Mayor and Council. Today is June 9th, 2021, and it's 6:36 p.m. I call the meeting to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Oh, where'd you go? Hold on.
Gotta unmute.
Hold on.
Um,
Mute.
Ms. Borchers, you are
I'm
muted.
unmuted, right? Yeah.
Now you're unmuted.
Mayor Kranjak,
Here.
Council President Wu.
Here.
I didn't hear him.
Here.
Councilman Farrow,
Here.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Kutrubis,
Here.
Councilman De Gregorio,
Here.
Councilman Luciano,
Present.
Borough Attorney Bernstein,
Here.
Acting Borough Administrator Carol McMurrow,
Present.
and Deputy Borough Clerk.
Mayor, the sound is, you have to mute yourself, Lauren.
Get one mute now again.
Sound is coming in very low, so we may have a video, but we're not going to have audio if the public, if participants need to speak a little louder.
So we actually hear you well, and if I could ask anyone speaking to just be closer to your microphones to make sure that you're being recorded and picked up. I heard that very clearly, Mr. De Gregorio. All right, so Ms. Borchers, would you please read into the record the Open Public Meetings Act statement?
Am I muted, Carol? You're good.
Yeah.
This meeting has been duly advertised in accordance with the provision of Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, also known as Open Public Meetings Act or the Sunshine Law. Notice of the 2021 annual mayor and council meeting schedule has been provided to the officially designated newspapers, posted on the borough's website, posted on the outside doors of the borough municipal building, since public access to such building is not allowed because of COVID-19. Other borough facilities were applicable and provided to all parties who have requested a copy of such notice. Because of COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting has been conducted electronically via Zoom pursuant to various executive orders promulgated by Governor Philip Murphy, pursuant to the provisions of PL 2020, Chapter 11, which allows for meetings to be conducted electronically, and pursuant to various local finance notices promulgated by the state of New Jersey, Department of Community Affairs, Local Finance Board. Notices to Zoom access have also been provided according to law.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, as we often do, we need to go into closed session to discuss the 5 items on our closed session agenda. And
Point of order, Mayor. Point of order.
I'm in the middle of saying something, so I'm not recognizing you. And so I need the appropriate.
A point of order stops all speaking.
I need a motion to.
Point of order
Point of
stops
order.
all speaking.
No. I have to recognize.
A point of Robert's Rules of Order doesn't need to be recognized.
It
It
does.
is a point of
It does, in
order.
fact, and it's
It does
also
not.
very
Check
rude.
your
Point of order.
Okay,
There is
very-
no.
It's very rude for you guys to be
Check
interrupted.
your Robert's Rules of Order. It stops
So,
speaking.
I
You
need
must
a-
recognize a point of order. Check with your
Point
attorney.
of order.
Mr. Bernstein, I was in the middle of a statement and I'm being
It
interrupted.
stops all speaking.
Point of order stops all speaking when there is the point, more than the point of order. What is it?
Well,
It doesn't
that
matter
question
what
has
it
to be
is.
asked.
No,
doesn't it?
no, David, it does. It does
Excuse
matter
me.
what it
It's
is.
Councilman De Gregorio, if you can pronounce it. And number 2,
I can spell it better.
good. And I can spell your name too. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Let's discuss point
Here's what I'm
number
gonna
1.
do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna mute you because I was in the middle of a sentence. okay?
You're
In
interrupting
violation
me.
of Robert's
No,
Rules of
no, I
Order.
was in the middle of a sentence. We're not doing this
You're in
tonight, guys.
violation of Robert's Rules of Order.
All right, look, guys, I need a motion to go into closed
You're
session.
in violation of Robert's Rules of
Point
Order.
of
Make a
order.
motion.
Point of order is not recognized.
Point of order.
I make
Point
a
of
motion.
order is not
Recognized.
recognized.
Robert's Rules
Make a
of
motion
Order
to go to
requires
closed
you-
section.
All right, do I have a
Motion-
second to go into closed
Ramon,
session?
snap out of it, Ramon. Robert's Rules of
Do I have a second?
Point of order.
All in
Point
favor?
of order.
Aye.
Anyone
Point
opposed?
of order.
You're in
Do not-
violation of
Anyone
Robert's Rules of
opposed?
Order.
No one opposed.
You're in violation of Robert's
We
Rules
need
of
to
Order.
discuss, this is not in closed session.
You're in
Going into
violation of
session.
Robert's Rules
Ms.
of
Borchers,
Order.
Number one, should,
Ms. Borchers, would you please read the appropriate language to go into closed session? And Mr. Di Gregorio, Mr. Luciano, do not.
you are not,
interrupt Ms. Borchers.
Mr. Mayor,
Please let the record reflect that the mayor
Please, Ms. Borchers, go.
Mayor
ahead.
Kranjak.
continues to mute people and does not
Okay.
All right, you're being unruly.
And does not
We'll-
follow
we'll see you in
Robert's
closed
rules.
Mayor
session.
McMorrow, Mayor,
We'll see you in
Resolution
closed
authorizing
session
closed
because I'm not
session at
doing this
meetings
tonight, guys.
pursuant to Open Public Meetings Act.
You're in violation of
Whereas
Robert's
the
Rules
mayor
of
and
Order.
council of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs has deemed it necessary to go into closed session to discuss certain confidential matters. And whereas the minutes of this closed session will remain confidential as permitted under the Open Public Meetings Act or shall be released where there is no further need for confidentiality as authorized by the borough attorney.
Mayor, as you can, mute me. As you can see, there's a bit of a technical difficulty using the two computers. I wanted Ms. Borchers to have the ability to be on the screen. I do not believe this is going to work. And by going forward this way, we may risk, when I mute the computer, that we're not getting the audio on the record button. I will do whatever the council directs me to do. I am in fear that when I hit the mute button, like you just suggested, that we're gonna lose audio. So I think we should get onto one computer and we'll switch seats when whichever one is speaking, just to ensure we get audio. I don't want to take a chance.
So that's fine. Just work it out amongst yourselves. I think, Ms. Borchers, were you done with your statement?
No, I still
Okay,
have.
so I'm gonna let her,
Yeah.
I'm gonna let her come to my computer, Mayor.
Okay. All right, and then just finish the appropriate statement to go into closed
Yes,
session.
sir.
And then we'll put the public into.
I just want to make sure we have the appropriate statement on the record.
I'm gonna leave the meeting.
Yeah, leave the meeting. Okay, there you go. You come sit here and then we're,
Okay.
good. Okay, hold on. She can have full access to this. Okay, just speak into the mic.
Now therefore be it resolved, the mayor and council of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs will go into closed session for the following matters as permitted under the Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-12, attorney-client privilege, Englewood Cliffs versus Serenian Esquire et al.'s RFP Special Counsel regarding Borough of Englewood Cliffs BERL 6119-15 Affordable Housing, 800 Sylvan Avenue LLC versus Borough of Englewood Cliffs, BERL 69-18, A-4019-17 T2, attorney-client privilege discussion.
Thank you. Are you finished with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. So I am going to place the public into the waiting room. And the first matter, Eric, is Englewood Cliffs versus Serenian. Are you the only attorney that's staying in?
No, hold on. Let me ask him to unmute.
Oh, Eric, you're muted, sorry.
Mr. Woodruff and Mr. Dowling are coming in on that one.
Okay, good. So then we'll place everyone else into the waiting room, and we'll be right back to everybody. Hold on.
I want to get your book. I want to get a pad.
Okay, tell me if there's something not right here. I have council, I have Eric, and I have Bob and Kieran. Okay, I think I got everybody. And Laura's with you, Carol, right?
Right here.
Okay, good. All right.
Yes.
So the first matter, the first matter is Englewood Cliffs versus Serenian. Eric, please go ahead.
I think we need people unmuted, Mayor.
I'm unmuting.
You know, you can't pull this, Mario.
We're in closed session. This is not a lecture. Your lecture is not in closed session agenda. Behave yourself. Thank you.
You behave your goddamn self.
Watch your mouth.
You know,
All right,
let
look,
me
Watch your mouth. You
guys,
can kiss my
we-
rear end.
Guys,
I don't care. Kick me back out of the meeting because I'm recording it.
kick me
and
back
I'm
because
tired of it.
guys,
I'm
you're
putting you
being
on
I'm
notice
tired
that
of
you're
it
gonna have
too.
a
Look,
lawsuit.
you're being disruptive, okay? Eric, go ahead.
Mayor, he just said he's recording the closed session so that Mr. Bernstein and Mr. Woodruff and Mr. Dowling are aware that Mr. Luciano just said he's taping closed session.
Well, he's violating the closed session law. So should I put him in waiting room, Eric, or leave him?
Unmute them. I want to hear this.
unmute. Mr. Bernstein, could you bring some order to this craziness here?
You're the
I'd
only one
love
creating
to.
craziness, David.
You are insane.
No, well,
Totally
you-
insane.
So name calling is a sign of insanity, but go ahead.
It is an accurate description of your behavior. You are not a king.
We are in
You
closed
are
session.
not a king.
We have 1 hour and 15 minutes to get this done, okay? Eric,
Get
please go
what
ahead.
done? Get what done?
To get through the agenda. Go ahead, Eric.
I would ask that all the council members be unmuted. If they want to interrupt this, they'll be all over whatever's being dealt with.
All right, go ahead.
This
Eric.
is a democracy.
Go
It's
ahead,
not a
Eric.
dictatorship.
Eric, go ahead.
We're in executive session, Your Honor. We have with you Robert Woodruff and Kieran Dowling from Schiller Pittenger to talk about the Serenian et al. And Englewood case.
This needs to be discussed in open session. What's the reason it's in closed session, Mr. Bernstein?
Attorney-client privilege and litigation.
Can you identify
Why-
who they are?
All right, guys, we have a lot to get done tonight.
Can you
So
identify?
Yeah, no,
who
we
they
have a
are?
lot to understand tonight, Mayor.
You seem very agitated today, but we'll deal with that
Because
later.
you're
Go ahead, Eric.
aggravating, that's why. Can someone please identify who the attorneys are so that at least I understand without being kicked out and having to guess what the hell's going on?
Well, they were going to introduce themselves, giving them a chance. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you, Snarky.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Bernstein, Mr. McMorrow. My name is Robert Woodruff, and with me is Kieran Dowling. We're with the firm of Schiller, Pittenger, and Galvin, located in Scotch Plains, New Jersey.
Who are you representing?
We're representing the town.
Mr. Woodruff,
And how much are you
apologize.
charging per hour?
Mr. Woodruff, I apologize for the rudeness of Mr. DiGregorio. You gentlemen have done a fine job. We appreciate all your work. He's politically motivated this evening, and he will find his motivation. We'll get him taken out of this meeting if he continues. Please go
You're
ahead.
gonna find yourself with a lawsuit.
It wouldn't be my first, Glenn.
I know, it won't be your last either, and you don't care. That's the big problem. That's why our
Well, you know
legal
what?
fees
I
are $2 million.
don't disrupt people. That's not on closed session. If you want to address me in that way, you do this offline. Go ahead.
How much are you charging the town per hour, please?
You know that was part of the approval process. Go ahead, gentlemen, give us some substance and ignore Mr. DiGregorio right now.
Okay, Mr. Dowling of our office will speak to the Serenian / Troutner / Wench litigation. The
Why was Troutner settled?
Please stop interrupting, Mr.
Why was
DiGregorio.
Troutner?
Mr. DiGregorio, hold your questions for the end, okay? Hold your questions for the end. Gentlemen, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Bernstein, where are you? We're in closed session and the recording button is on for closed session.
Why?
I'm just bringing it to your attention. This is my first,
Okay, so what you can do is,
I'll hit stop then.
so look, I have no problem if you record closed session just for purposes of minutes and then delete it.
No, they can't delete it, Mayor.
No, I don't think so. So I'm gonna hit pause. I'm going to hit pause recording. We haven't done anything yet. So
All right, and
is
for
that,
the
Eric, is that
record-
okay? I will not be
Yes,
able to
for the
serve. Okay.
purposes of record, we are not recording.
Total,
We are coming out of closed session. Can I have a motion to come out?
I
of
make a
closed
motion
session?
to come out from close.
Thank
Of
you.
course you do, Councilman.
Is that a second or just a snarky comment, Mr. Luciano?
Just a snarky, petulant comment like I get from the mayor.
Okay, thank you. So can I have a second to?
You're
come out of
welcome.
closed Session? Second. All in favor?
I,
Anyone opposed?
I oppose.
Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, thank you, everybody, for waiting. We were in closed session. We've gotten through the closed session agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Bernstein.
let the record reflect that all members of the governing body present at the commencement of the executive session are present at the recommencement of the open session. Also present during pieces of the executive session were Robert Woodruff and Kieran Dowling of the law firm of Schiller Pittenger, special counsel for the borough. Items were discussed pursuant to the various issues on Resolution 21-128. No formal action needs to be taken at this time.
Okay,
That's not true.
thank you.
That's not true.
what went on in closed session was illegal.
Okay, so just for the public sake, Mr. Luciano and Mr. Di Gregorio were excessively disruptive. And they were muted. And then they were unmuted. And then they insulted fellow council members, employees. I apparently don't count, so I'm not gonna mention me because I really don't care. But I do care about others. And I was repeatedly telling them to treat others the way they wish to be treated, which is a very basic rule, right? Very basic. And unable to do that. So yes, they were muted. They did participate. They were asked to vote or not vote, actually, just to,
Consensus.
consensus. So it's not a vote, it's a consensus request. And they had full participation. Mr. Luciano actually dropped himself off from 652 to 653. And then again from 653 to 654. I admitted him again. 654, he dropped himself off. 655, he came back in. 655, I checked on him. He's still not there. 656, he came back in. 657, he left. 658, he came back in. This is not a serious council person, sir. We will move on. Can we open to the public, please? Can I have a motion to open to the public?
I make the motion to open to the public.
There a second?
Second.
All in
Can I
favor?
please, before we can, motion,
All in
point
favor?
of order.
No, you don't have the floor. We're in the middle of a vote to open to the public. You've had the floor, sir. No soapboxes right now. So for members of the public who wish to be heard, you can be heard now or at a regular meeting, which will start right after this meeting with a 5-minute break in between. State your name and address and your comment. If you're addressing anyone, including me, we'll wait for you to finish and then answer your questions or comments. So if there's any member from the public, I meant to say all in favor, we're voting, right? Or we actually did that already. So if there's anyone from the public who wishes to be heard, please raise your hand virtually or wave at me. I don't see a lot of cameras on. If you're on a phone, I will, at one point at the end, when I don't see any hands, unmute everybody just to make sure there's no one on the phone that wishes to be heard. So if there's anyone from the public who wishes to be heard, please raise your hand. Okay, I don't see anyone. So I am actually gonna, just to make sure that we don't miss anyone on the phones, I'm gonna unmute. I'm gonna ask all to unmute. So if there's anyone on the phone.
Point of order, point of order.
This is
We
a
were
public-
under,
This is public portion. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, can I please just,
This is public portion. We need order. Is there anyone from the public? If you're on the phone, just unmute yourself. Okay, I don't see anyone. So let's do this. Let me make sure the council is unmuted so we could take a vote to close.
point of order, point of order.
No,
point of
Mr.
order.
Mayor,
it's inappropriate.
Mayor.
point of order when we're actually closing the public portion, okay? Do you have a motion to close the public portion?
I make the motion.
Thank you,
Second.
thank you. All in favor?
Who first? Or second?
All in favor? Anyone opposed?
I oppose because. I'm
Point of
trying to
order,
speak.
point of
You
order.
Continue to mute me.
I'm
I
sorry.
have my hand
You're
up.
not the public, okay? The public portion is called the public portion because it's for the public, not for councilmen or anyone else. So
Point of order,
what I'd like to do is,
point of order, Mayor.
I'm not
What's the,
recognizing
what's the
your point of order.
procedure, Councilman, that you believe requires a point of order, which is the basis of a point of order?
I'd like to say something. That's what I
That's not,
believe.
that's not a procedure.
We have to have,
Mr. Bernstein, please opine.
My point of order.
Point of order is a procedural issue. What procedure is being violated that requires a member of the governing body to bring it to the consensus of the governing body? Wanting to speak is not a point of order.
We have no subject matter on the floor to have a discussion on or a point of order. So at this point, the public has had an opportunity to speak. We've had closed session. Have a motion to end the caucus, adjourn the caucus.
I make the motion.
point of order,
There a
point of
second?
I
order,
make the
point of
motion.
order,
I'd like
everything
to
stops.
speak. I've had my hand up.
I
Is
make
there
the
a
motion to
second?
close.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, for the public.
How can you oppose when you're muted?
Give us,
How can you oppose when you're muted?
give us,
How can you?
give us 5 minutes to set up for our regular meeting.
Our right to speech has,
Give us 5 minutes to set up for the public meeting.
Your Honor, there's
And then
old business, there's
assure-
old business on the agenda meeting.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bernstein,
There's old business on the agenda portion of the meeting.
of this meeting?
Yes,
Do you want to deal with that later or now?
it's old business on this agenda. It's up to the governing body. For all intents and
We-
purposes, should be dealt with now.
Mr. Bernstein, we just adjourned it, so we'll do it at the regular meeting. Thank you. Everybody just, we'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
Going to the public to respond to what you had said about the closed session and me being muted. I think I should have an opportunity
You
to
could do that.
speak, to
You could do
respond
that.
to what you said about me.
You could do that at the meeting itself.
don't interrupt,
If
don't
you
interrupt.
recognize me. So I'm letting you know now, I want to be recognized. My hand is up from the beginning of the meeting.
Your hand is down. There is no meeting until we call
Well,
it.
here, my hand is up,
Okay, fine.
and you can put it down, and I can put it up.
That's fine. Okay,
That's fine. That's fine.
whatever you want to do. All right.
Whatever you want to do.
And let it be on the record that the mayor has
There is no
continually
record.
muted us.
There is no record.
You're recording right now.
Well, we'll be
You have
recording,
muted
so you can
us.
chipmunk your
Look,
little.
Guys, there's a certain way to behave in public meetings. You are appointed officials. You weren't elected, but you're on council and you share all the rights of council. But with those rights also come responsibilities. And those responsibilities are to be professional and respectful, not just to the public, not just to the employees, but to your fellow councilmen and anyone else who speaks here, okay? And it's become a challenge for the two of you to do that. So let's give you a fresh start at the beginning of this meeting. I'm going to call it to order. I'm going to unmute you.
I think I was very respectful in
No,
asking a
listen,
question.
guys, I have the floor. You don't have the floor. We follow Robert's rules.
You have continually muted.
Okay, so I'm going to call the meeting to order. Ms. McMorrow or Ms. Borchers, is the recording ready to go?
It's been recording for the past 2 minutes.
Okay. All right, let me do this then. See what time it is. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Englewood Cliffs Mayor and Council. Today is June 9th, 2021, and I call the meeting to order. This meeting is being conducted virtually via the Zoom application. And we do have some guests, and I'll welcome them as well. We have Andy Hippolyte, Brian Hack, Eric Bernstein. I missed anyone, I'm sorry, but I welcome everyone. And most importantly, I welcome the public to this meeting. And at this time, I see on the agenda is our flag salute. So let us all stand and salute the flag of our great country. I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag,
United
of the
States of
United
America,
States of America,
and to the
the
republic,
republic,
which it
which
stands,
stands
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice
justice
for
for
all.
all.
We recognize Memorial Day with a ceremony at the fire station. It was nice to have an event open to the public again. And I want to thank the police department and the fire department that organized it with the borough administrator. Greatly appreciate that. I know the public appreciated that as well. And we were also very fortunate to have our own neighbor, Reverend Claude Hubbard, deliver our invocation, some reflections, and a benediction. We had wreaths presented, and we raised the flag and lowered the flag. So in the future, you're all invited, of course, if you're around on Memorial Day. And
Yeah, she's on.
we would love to have you come and join us.
Yeah,
We'll have a 9/11. We'll have a 9/11 ceremony in September and a Veterans Day ceremony in November. I want to observe a moment of silence for a resident who passed away recently. I had the pleasure of meeting her several times, Florence Walchik. She had an amazing amount of energy when I last saw her, and I'm saddened by her passing, and our condolences and prayers go out to her family. So a moment of silence, please. Thank you. And I thank Mrs. O'Shea for bringing that to my attention. By way of update regarding the pandemic, we had a great May and great June. We went weeks without an active case. Right now, we have one active case that was a positive. That was a positive test on June 8th. Sadly, we had 9 deaths of residents, and our condolences and prayers and thoughts go out to those families as well. We've had a historic total of 373 cases of COVID-19. And I'm hoping that's it, it's over, and we'll all be able to start resuming public meetings again soon. Ms. Borchers, would you please take the roll call for me?
Mayor Kranjak,
Here.
Council President Wu,
Here.
Councilman Farrow,
Here,
Councilman Park. Councilman Park,
Yeah.
Councilman Katurbis,
Having trouble hearing you, Ms. Borchers.
Councilman Katurbis, I'm sorry.
Here.
Councilman Di Gregorio,
It's just signing on. I saw him get
I just admitted him again. He must have dropped off. I'll give him a minute.
it again.
Yeah.
Councilman
I-
Councilman Di Gregorio,
I don't know.
Councilman Di Gregorio,
My screen shows him present
Okay,
and
yeah.
unmuted. So why don't we come back to him in a minute?
Councilman Luciano,
Amazingly unmuted and present.
Mr.
Borough-
Di Gregorio, are you with us?
Unmute my video. I have had to deal with your muting.
You have to. you
I've
have
had to deal with your muting all
have to-
evening.
Well, your sign says mayor has muted me, but we could hear you, so that's not
And
true.
that's true.
Borough Attorney Bernstein,
Here,
Acting Borough Administrator Carol McMorrow, and I'm present.
So just for the record, Mr. Di Gregorio has a new sign up. It said mayor has muted me. He has not been muted.
I've been muted 30 times this evening
Okay,
by you.
okay. So you don't have the floor, number one. Number two, I want to continue with the agenda. So we have a borough charity project. This is the office.
could we
of-
get the open public meeting statement, please, Your Honor?
Sure, Ms. Borchers, I'm sorry, I was stealing your thunder there, so. just go ahead.
This meeting has been duly advertised in accordance with the provision of Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, also known as Open Public Meetings Act or the Sunshine Law. Notice of the 2021 Annual Mayor and Council Meeting schedule has been provided to the officially designated newspaper, posted on the borough's website, posted on the outside doors of the municipal building, since public access to such building is not allowed because of COVID-19. Other borough facilities were applicable and provided to all parties who have requested a copy of such notice. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being conducted electronically via Zoom pursuant to various executive orders promulgated by Governor Philip Murphy pursuant to the provisions of PL 2020 Chapter 11, which allows for meetings to be conducted electronically and pursuant to various local finance notices promulgated by the state of New Jersey, Department of Community Affairs, the local finance board. Notice as to such Zoom access has also been provided according to the law.
Okay, thank you. So we have a borough charity project, which I mention every month, and it's a very important project. This is for the Office of Concerned Food Pantry at St. Cecilia's Church in Englewood. We generally raise, collect food and raise funds for the food pantry. And many of you may not be aware because our circumstances are pretty good by comparison, but there are a lot of people in Bergen County who I consider to be the working poor. These are people who can't make ends meet, and the Office of Concerned Food Pantry helps them through tough times. And,
Making an executive decision.
Mr. Steinhagen, please. But that's the person who's interrupting me is 800 Sylvan's attorney, who lives in Tenafly, on the planning board there, by the way. So he's doing to us what he wouldn't do to his own town. The Office of Concerned Food Pantry is important. So if you have any donations, please leave them at the police station or bring them down to the Office of Concern, or just let me know and we'll get them down there for you. So that's non-perishable food items. The department head reports, everyone should have received reports. Everyone on council should have received reports. And if there's any questions on that, I know Ms. McMorrow, you had the borough administrator report, and I'd like to hear about that because I know you've had a very busy month, and I appreciate all your good work. I appreciate all the work from everyone in Borough Hall, and I appreciate you keeping everyone together.
Thank you.
Doing a good job. So go ahead, and I see there's 2 entries from Mr. Di Gregorio on here, so seems odd, but I'm not sure why.
Okay, Mayor, first I'd like to start off. Chief Hinkleman gave me a letter and he asked me to read it on his behalf tonight. And it has to do with, I did forward it to all the council members. It has to do with 2 of the grants that I assisted the police department in this year. This year, the borough through today's date has applied for 3 grants. We've already been awarded the 2. We're still awaiting the 1, but I'll read you the letter. He says, I'd like to take a moment to update you on the 2021 Click It or Ticket campaign, as well as several other noteworthy happenings within the police department. As you know, the annual Click It or Ticket campaign ran from May 24th through June 6th. The purpose of this nationwide enforcement campaign is to raise awareness about the importance of wearing your seatbelt. In furtherance of the campaign, the Englewood Cliffs Police Department was awarded a 100-hour enforcement grant valued at $6,000. During the 2 weeks of targeted enforcement, ECPD officers conducted over 230 motor vehicle stops, yielding 140 summonses for a variety of Title 39 infractions, including seatbelt violations. I'd like to commend all of the officers who participated in this initiative and give special recognition to the grant administrator, Sergeant Sean Flannelly. Sergeant Flannelly not only applied for the grant, but also organized the scheduling of officers and meticulously maintained all of the associated grant paperwork. In addition to the Click It or Ticket grant, I'm pleased to advise you that the Englewood Cliffs Police Department has been awarded a $52,988 reimbursement grant to be applied towards the mandated body-worn camera initiative. Over the past few months, Lieutenant Ronald Walt has worked diligently preparing the grant paperwork, vetting vendors, and comparing proposals. Thanks to his dedication to the project, the police department is poised to place an order for this valuable equipment as soon as funding is made available. The funding he's referencing, Mayor, is the capital ordinance that's up for a vote tonight. Finally, I have to bring to your attention the successful reaccreditation of the police department in 2020. Unfortunately, the hard work of Lieutenant Benjamin Totten and Lieutenant Colin Ford has taken a backseat to the pandemic since last April. Early in the pandemic, we hoped that the restrictions on public gatherings would be short-lived, and we remained hopeful that an in-person certificate presentation at a mayor and council meeting would be possible. Sadly, as we all learned, the pandemic evolved into a far more serious and long-lasting health crisis than anyone could have imagined at its onset. Although too much time has passed for a formal presentation by the State Chiefs Association, retaining our accredited status is an accomplishment to be proud of, and the hard work of Lieutenant Ford and Lieutenant Totten in pursuit of this prestigious designation is worthy of recognition. On behalf of the police department, I'd like to say thank you for your contributions to and support of the aforementioned initiatives, and I look forward to working together on many more successful endeavors. Chief, I guess, wrote this to me. We worked together on these grants, and it was a learning process for all of us. It was the first time they were doing grants. Myself, I'm happy that the first two that was applied for, we won, and hopefully the third one as well, Mayor. The other updates I would like to give you is that I'm very, as we can all see, this is a packed agenda. I thank Mr. Bernstein's office and everyone within his office, Mr. Hack, Mr. George, Mr. Laporta, Mr. Diani. They work tirelessly to ensure that I think this probably is maybe a record agenda with the amount of items, and we worked diligently to get all of this done, whether they were hold harmless agreements, the raffle licenses for the Japanese school. The fire department came to me and needed help regarding charitable solicitation. We got it all on, and I just want to say thank you to everybody that worked with me in getting this done. I'll let Mr. Hippolyte speak to the other items under engineering. And the only other thing I wanted to report is that we're on schedule and everything with the Michaels Group. I know we have our second reading for the financial agreement tonight. And I'm just very happy to report that everything is on target and on schedule, Mayor.
Thank you for all that. Mr. Hippolyte, I know you're here, and I don't want to keep you too late tonight. So why don't you give us the engineering report?
For some reason, it's very low.
Mr. Hippolyte, I'm sorry, let me unmute you. Go ahead, Mr. Hippolyte. Why don't you give us your engineering report?
I can. I have there's a few things on the agenda. Hold on. There's a few things on the agenda tonight, Mayor, for resolutions. The first one we've talked about a few times now, which is 5th Street. The borough applied for a grant for Fifth Street in 2020. The previous mayor and council never acted on that grant. That grant is going to run out. The DOT is not going to give you an extension. The reason they're not giving you an extension is because they gave you an extension to Summit, which we are currently designing right now and going out to bid for. They gave you one extension because the previous council didn't act on that one. They're not going to give you two in the same year. So they're asking you to reject it so you don't, by rejecting it, you leave yourself open to future grants. If you don't reject it and it expires, you lose that and probably the opportunity to get future grants. So you're going to have to reject that. It's kind of sad, but it is what it is. The second one on the agenda tonight is appointing me as your floodplain administrator. Under the local public finance laws, they audit you every year for various things. If you have an appointed floodplain manager, I am a certified floodplain manager. It gives you extra points to help your rating for the town. It's your choice. I do it in a number of towns. It doesn't cost you anything. It just allows residents to call me up if they have FEMA floodplain issues and get, we'll call it what's free advice. The next item is authorizing Summit Street to go out to bid. So the first resolution was rejecting Fifth Street. We were able to save Summit Street for you, which would be milling and paving of Summit Street from around Pershing to the northern terminus. We need authorization to go to bid. The design is pretty much completed. Other items on in the engineer's report. In the engineer's report, just a couple other items. We have the bathroom project, the police station bathrooms, both men's and women's locker rooms, and the bathrooms in the lobby. That project's under design and will be probably soon coming to you in the next meeting or second meeting from that, asking for authorization to go to bid.
I have a fast question for you, Mr. Hippolyte.
Go ahead.
Let him, hold on a second. Let him finish his report. Hold your question. Go ahead.
Okay, another highlight item is the stormwater pollution prevention plan. We've completed the outfall inspections. We're submitting at the DEP to get you back in compliance. That was a violation situation that you have not been fined for yet, but that was a prior council and a prior engineer we're trying to fix. That's pretty much it, unless somebody has a specific question. Obviously, the fair share housing project in Hudson, you're authorizing that tonight. We've looked at those plans and we've made our comments already. And then the parking study that supports it's been submitted. So
We have that grant that's due, Eddie, that Andy, that had the extension, but to July 15th.
right. The one other item I have, I guess before I get any questions, is Green Acres has extended their time frame to submit a grant for a Green Acres project. The Green Acres project would be one where you either acquire property or actually do construction on a park property. I know that there's been at least some discussion of doing work at Woody Field. You've estimated in previous years, going 3 or 4 years ago, if you spent about $1.3 million on Woody Field, you can resod it, fix the fencing, fix the walkways, which you can apply, you've applied for the grants for. You can redo the playground, potentially like the softball field. You don't have to commit to any of it, but if you apply for a Green Acres grant, they fund up to 50% of the final cost. So if the project was 1.3 million, I mean, you do the math, it's $650,000 of free money. I would recommend you apply for it. For us to apply for the grant for you, it's $5,500, and that would get you a submission for a project of that nature. If you wanted to modify the project later, you could, but you generally have to have the scope of an outline, and it's due on July 15th.
Mr. Hippolyte, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, Mr. DeGregorio.
Where are the, you refer to the floodplains. Where are the floodplains in town?
So you have, when it says floodplains, you have a couple of creeks or streams that run through town. So if somebody lives next to one, they're eligible to get flood insurance if they want. They could be, I think most of the town, if not all of it's in what we call flood zone X. Just because somebody's in flood zone X and they're a once in a 500-year chance of flooding, it still could buy flood insurance if they wanted to buy it and they had questions. Normally right now, their questions will go to their lender, their bank, or some other insurance company, and they have no way of testing whether those people are telling them the truth or not. The state set up a certified floodplain manager program to allow them to come to somebody like me who's independent, who doesn't sell flood insurance, to give them advice on whether they need it, don't need it, that kind of thing. But it's just a state-run program. It gets you points on your audit and your bond rating.
Thank you, Andy.
So let me ask you then, do you know the areas in town that are the floodplains?
There's mapping on it, so that you can find that mapping on FEMA.gov. So if you go on the FEMA.gov maps, you can get all of the mapping for Englewood Cliffs and see where your house falls, reference to the federally mapped zones.
And question about Whitty Field. I saw your estimates and a few things stuck out to me. Number one, $10,000 to repair a scoreboard. I don't quite understand why we would want to spend $10,000 to repair a scoreboard as opposed to purchasing a new scoreboard. You know, and Mr. Mayor, I thank you very much. This is the first time that you have not muted me, and I will challenge you as a mayor not to mute Mr. Luciano, Mr. Katrubis, or myself for the entire meeting and see what happens.
Well, this has been the first time in 2 hours that you've actually made an articulate statement. So continue it.
Always got to be derogatory.
Okay.
We have been, and I would like the public to know in our.
I'm sorry. Andy's got the floor. Do you have any other questions for Andy, Mr. Di Gregorio? Not a soapbox right now. Go ahead.
Mayor, I guess Mr. Di Gregorio, very careful. When we produce an estimate for a project, we haven't designed anything yet. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to outline as many items that can be fixed under a potential grant application or under a project. When you actually authorize a design, something like a scoreboard, we'll look at and go, okay, a new scoreboard for Whitty Field probably is going to cost you $10,000.
Right.
You have a nice scoreboard there. You could replace it. I can tell you, we looked at it. The posts that go on the foundation probably need to be replaced. We're just putting what we'll call a placeholder in for something to be designed. We haven't designed it yet. So even all those items there are what we believe needs to be done in a minimum.
So, Mr. Hippolyte, you had recently done a favor for Mayor Kranjak in regards to a property that is very controversial. Could you describe exactly what you drew for Mr. Kranjak on that PDF file?
Let me set the table here. Yeah, let me set the table here. We're not sure what you're referring to, Mr. Di Gregorio. Please.
You know very well what I'm referring to.
You
know very well.
There are so
It
many
looked like
things, Mr. Di Gregorio, there are so many things that you object to that I do. Is it possible for you to articulate cogent facts? Go ahead. Please unmute yourself.
You know very well what I'm talking about. And I think that it looked like a third grade PDF thrown together drawing of an idea that you had.
Okay,
that
well, insulting Mr. Hippolyte is not acceptable. It sounds like you're done. It sounds like you're done having questions for Mr. Hippolyte. Mr. Hippolyte,
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on. You can, as soon as I'm done. Mr. Hippolyte, did you have anything else to mention in your report?
No.
Okay, now Mr. Luciano has a question, so I'll unmute him. Go ahead, Mr. Luciano.
That's very, very kind of you. I'm glad that I get muted when I begin to speak, but the administrator can ask Mr. Hippolyte a question, nothing said. So I appreciate that you allow me to speak.
Well, actually,
Mr. Hippolyte,
you
I appreciate it. So now let me.
Actually, you interrupted me, so that's why you were muted. Now you're unmuted.
I think that's only what, maybe 27 times tonight that I've been muted and unmuted. But Mr. Hippolyte,
The
you had,
public doesn't want to hear
you
it.
had
Go
once
ahead.
again, the public's going to hear it when you've actually let me speak, because I'm going to respond to what you had said at the beginning of the night that I should have at least the option to respond to.
Do you have a
Mr.
question?
Hippolyte,
Hippolyte?
Mr. Hippolyte, you mentioned the grant at Whitfield. How much was that? Because I unfortunately did not hear you.
So a little history, if about 3 or 4 years ago, we did some estimates, which I believed under a previous mayor and council, there was 8 estimates done for various options for Whitty Field. The council at that point never came to any conclusion to do anything. They just stopped the whole project. Right now, Green Acres is soliciting municipalities to apply for grants to rebuild and redo their parks, both passive and active recreation. Knowing Whitty Field, knowing it very well, the park's in bad condition, the sod's in bad condition, the drainage in bad condition, the irrigation's in bad condition. This is your chance to apply for a grant to fix all that. If you were to do that, or my belief under the previous 3 or 4 years ago, and it could be higher now, it's at least a $1.3 million project to refurbish that park to bring it to where it should be based on where it was when it was first built. You could apply for a Green Acres grant for up to half that cost. It's really your choice. I'm throwing out there because I have a responsibility to tell you it's out there, but I can't, you have to tell me to do it.
Okay. Now, so
Okay, so now my question is, how much is your estimate of the grant? I know you say half the cost, so I believe you gave Mrs. McMorrow a number before that I didn't hear, and I'm just trying to get you to. I didn't need the explanation about what the previous council didn't do. I really need to know what the number is that you think the grant could be worth.
So the cost, again, the cost of the field is 1.3 million. That's what we believe.
And once again, I heard a beep, and I apologize for speaking over you. Can you please repeat that?
What's beeping?
I have no idea. It's not me, but something's beeping.
So what happens
I didn't hear you.
when people join our meeting, because it's not locked, and when we admit them, there is a chime that you will hear.
Okay, guys, I apologize. So the cost, we estimate the cost of the entire project to be 1.3 million. We estimate, and Green Acres funds up to 50% of that cost, which would be 650,000, but they actually fund 50% of the total final cost, whatever the total final cost is. So when the project would be, you got a grant, they'd say we give you to a maximum of X, and then you have to design it and get approval from them to go for bid, and then you say go for bid, and you decide what you want to do. So you could get up to $650,000 or more for free money.
Thank you. Can you tell me how that, since we already have a bond ordinance? Oh my goodness.
I put it under the bed.
Can someone mute them? I get muted like within 2 seconds. We have a bond ordinance or a bond ordinance that I believe includes $1 million, and don't hold me to the number, $1.3 million right now that's out there for tonight. And how does that impact if we're applying for a grant and we go out and finance for $1.3 million? And it seems as though with a bond ordinance, we're going to sell bonds and pay interest. How does that impact the bond ordinance?
It's a great question, and a lot of councils ask this question. A lot of people misunderstand it. If you go to Green Acres with an application that says we've already included in our budget bonds and notes for 1.3 million, you don't have to act on them, so it doesn't cost you any money to do it. And they know you've done that, it makes your application go right to the top of the pile. It makes it a very strong application. You won't incur any debt, you won't incur any interest because you won't draw on those bonds or notes. They'll be out there. Green Acres knows you're serious about it, and then you have a project. If tonight you decide that you're going to vote down that bond ordinance, then I would tell you do not apply for the money for Green Acres, because they're going to say the town is not serious. They don't want our free money. Then stop. You're never going to get it done. So you have to decide whether you want to move forward and at least put it in your budget, but not actually act on it, or just kill it and just kill the grant.
So I
Can
see.
you tell me? Can you please tell? I'm not done, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Can you please tell me what is the deadline for the Green Acres grant application?
June 15th.
June.
I mean, sorry, July 15th. Sorry.
July 15th.
Yes.
It was,
Okay,
it was June 30th, yeah.
Well, thank you there, Administrator McMorrow. I appreciate that. I think that's all I had until the mayor. When will I be able to respond to your diatribe at the beginning of the meeting?
Mr. Katrubis had his hand up. We're just for members of the public who joined us late. We are hearing the engineering report from our borough engineer, Andy Hippolyte. Mr. Katrubis, I saw your hand was up.
My apologies. I was just asking to be unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions from council for Mr. Hippolyte? And I thank you, Andy. Hold on a second. And I thank you, Andy. I know you've been doing a lot of different things in town, and it's all been great work. Mr. Di Gregorio, can you go ahead?
Nice.
I would appreciate it if you would unmute my video, which has been muted for the last 15 minutes.
Mute is an audible term. Your video was.
You know what he means.
You were actually presenting disruptive signage.
It's actually very truthful because you did mute me and you
You have a
have
question for
continued.
Mr. Hippolyte? If you have a question for Mr. Hippolyte.
I do, you're interrupting me.
Please ask
First
your
of all.
question, sir, because we have a long.
Second of all, I would like the public to understand.
Okay, Mr. Di Gregorio is not a.
Don, that's it.
Okay. Under the pretense of asking Mr. Hippolyte a question, he starts to launch into a diatribe about me. I respect Mr.
know what he's
Hippolyte
gonna
too much,
say.
and the public too much to have you suffer through this. Mr. Di Gregorio, you can hit me all you want, but let's get our business done first, okay? Andy, thank you. What I want to do next is basically, I see there's a good number of people on this call, so I just want to share with you a couple of developments from today and explain the rationale behind it and where it goes from here potentially. It's up to this council where it goes. And
This is your marching orders.
so, yeah, I'm going to basically take care of this right now then. Okay, so I'm going to share two documents as I speak, so bear with me. Okay, so again, everybody, good evening. No other issue is more frustrating and full of contradictions in the context of New Jersey municipal government than the unfunded state affordable housing mandates
Oh, boy.
thrown on top of an already overtaxed population of taxpayers. This issue brings out the worst in everybody. From Governor Murphy, whose family foundation funds the lobby group Fair Share Housing Council in charge of these mandates, to legislators who do nothing except make sure your taxes go up, to judges who are appointed by those benefiting and advocating for the affordable housing money and land grab, to the attorneys and other professionals who created a cottage industry that inflicts further financial pain on homeowners and taxpayers. And finally, to elected officials, elected municipal officials, who are either trying to shift your home values to their cronies, like we saw in the 2019 and 2020 Englewood Cliffs Democrat Council majority, that made sure the system remained rigged against taxpayers. Since becoming mayor, I have always said that while I am opposed to the New Jersey affordable housing scheme and the financial destruction it brings to towns, it is the law, and we must and will comply with it on our own terms under the almost forgotten rule of home rule. After 42 years of the Parisis as mayors and Democrats running Englewood Cliffs, I am the first mayor who has created an affordable housing plan, started an affordable housing project on Hudson Terrace, and fought to welcome new residents in 100% affordable housing projects without blowing up our infrastructure. I remind everyone that there are 4 council members who were elected on platforms of stopping 800 Sylvan and the onslaught of market-based housing 800 Sylvan would bring. Council members Park, Farrow, Katrubis, and Wu were those 4 council members. Councilman Di Gregorio and Luciano ran campaigns supporting 800 Sylvan's mammoth 450 unit development at your expense, of which 90 units would be affordable and 360 would be a windfall of profit to a developer that misrepresented its intentions when first appearing before our planning board. Now, the 800 Sylvan plan not only robs our taxpayers, but the plan also creates a public safety emergency, which no judge, no special master, no hearing officer, no Democrat on council, and those include Ellen Park, Sabari, O, Aversa, Di Gregorio, Luciano, and no attorney working with the Democrats on council were brave enough to acknowledge and rectify. They will all have blood on their hands, where the pedestrian industry injuries that are certain to take place with an exponential increase in vehicle traffic on local streets that were designed to not be connected to a highway. That is, until 800 Sylvan haunted our town. Emergency vehicles cannot properly access the 800 Sylvan plan. 800 Sylvan knows that. The Democratic Council majority knew that. The previous borough attorneys knew that. Judge Farrington knew that. The special master knew that. And most appallingly, the Fair Share Housing Council knew that. But they do not care about who dies in a fire or gets run over by a car. The very constituents that the Fair Share Housing Council is supposed to protect have been traded by them for a developer's profits. Shame on them. All of the people who turned a blind eye to the public safety issues also ignored the expert opinions of our very own police chief and fire chief. They could not even be bothered to do a proper traffic study. Don't spend too much time wondering why. What is wrong with them? Are profits and political contributions worth lives? Is that what Matt Laurel has become? Shame on them. Taxpayers of New Jersey, and there's a lot of you here tonight, get involved. Taxpayers of New Jersey, rise up. Taxpayers of New Jersey, vote out the Assembly, Senate, and Governor. After all, they voted the money out of your pocket a long time ago. And now it's clearly their turn to be voted out of office and thrown into the dustbin of New Jersey history. Councilman Katrubis has been very vocal in his need for an affordable housing committee, which he was given weeks ago. But he has not yet named any single member of his committee. I have repeated my request of Councilman Katrubis to share his ideas and thoughts regarding affordable housing at public meetings and also privately, but he has not done so, although he did write to all of you. As the mayor of Englewood Cliffs, as the first mayor of Englewood Cliffs who has had an affordable housing plan, and as the first mayor of Englewood Cliffs who is breaking ground on an affordable housing project and bringing the borough into legal compliance, I'm also working on a long-term solution that not only continues to satisfy our affordable housing obligation, but also gives back to taxpayers benefits that were cashed out by the 2019 and 2020 Democrat-controlled majority of our council, their taskmasters, and perhaps their paymasters. Through judicial intervention, I am also spearheading the effort to bring to justice the 2019 and 2020 Democrat council majority, their attorneys, and the counterparties to their very suspect settlement agreement. As you recall, we had an affordable housing trial in 2019, or at least we thought we did. Instead, what we now find was that it was all a show, as belied by this email from one of the borough attorneys in 2019. I'll share that with you. See the highlighted area? This is from Al Wunsch. FYI, looks like we are about to put on a show. This is right after we all met at the school on July 10th of 2019. We just got these, and I'm sharing them with you in an effort to be transparent. Now, as unlawful and unfair as the October 2020 Democrat settlement agreement is, in their haste to defund the planning board, shift your home values to a developer, and pay off their professional cronies and perhaps others, it left a few openings, including the conflicted council votes that took place and other irregularities. We may soon be calling those irregularities a conspiracy that have been seen and will see the light of day. All this was done at the expense of your safety, your home values, and your savings. There's one more opening, which I have been working on after obtaining council consent to pursue a few weeks ago. The opening is for the borough to condemn part of 800 Sylvan and take the property by eminent domain for public uses, including affordable housing. My intention is to complete our initial planning work, develop the idea further, and present it to the residents with a cost and benefit analysis, comparing it with the October 2020 settlement agreement. In its last tax appeal, 800 Sylvan's appraiser proclaims that the property is worth $32 million. Had we had a proper trial and prevailed, I would not be exploring eminent domain. But it is indeed an option, and it is our constitutional right. No one took that away from us. The borough's attorneys and Democrat council majority literally wrecked the trial. The borough lost as a result, and I am exploring invoking our constitutional right to eminent domain, which no one has the right to take away from us. And in fact, no one did, even in the garbage 2020 settlement agreement. After trying to make us safer and having the courts and everyone else who has a say in our future work with me to stop endangering you, I have decided that tonight is the night when we make ourselves safer by invoking home rule and eminent domain. So to get the condemnation and eminent domain moving forward, I asked this council to be brave and to introduce ordinance 2021-17 for the health, safety, and benefit of our current residents and soon to arrive new residents. The ordinance is an ordinance authorizing the acquisition by purchase or condemnation of real property located at 800 Sylvan Avenue and designated as Block 910 Lot 1 on the Borough of Englewood Cliffs official tax map, owned by 800 Sylvan Avenue LLC. What you will see, and I am certain Fair Share Housing Council and Judge Barrington will agree with, is that my condemnation plan satisfies our affordable housing obligations with 120 affordable housing units, as opposed to the 90 affordable housing units of 800 Sylvan's plan. Not only do we keep everyone safe with my plan, but with no market-based units, there won't be 360 units taking a wrecking ball to our infrastructure. My plan yields a tremendous amount of new parkland, including dog park and athletic fields, and also with a pedestrian connection to the Rockefeller Lookout and hundreds of miles of scenic hiking trails, which have for far too long been inaccessible without a vehicle or without having to cross Route 9W at grade. Finally, my plan provides for a community and senior center suitable for a town like ours. By moving the municipal building to 800 Sylvan, we free up space for a proper police station at the existing location. And if you permit me, I am going to share the image here of the plan that Andy helped me do. That's not it. Can you mute that person, please? Okay, here's the plan. Laura, can you find who's
I'm trying.
Thank you. I found it. Okay, so you'll see the yellow are affordable housing units. The green are athletic fields and passive park. We're not taking the red. That will continue to belong to 800 Sylvan as the lab for Unilever. The municipal building, community center are in the back. There are no, there's no vehicle access to Floyd Street. There will be an emergency vehicle entrance somewhere along there. And the red arrow down here will be a bridge or tunnel over to the Rockefeller Lookout. So all in all, Andy, it's a fabulous plan. It's, the total area is 28.7 acres, but the condemned area would be about 20 acres. I don't have the exact number. It's also, this is also attached to the ordinance. I thank the council for giving me their permission to work on this plan. And I thank Andy Hippolyte, Carol McMorrow, Eric Bernstein, and Brian Hack for putting together my plan. Again, with my plan, we satisfy much of our affordable housing obligation, and I expect that if the Fair Share Housing Council actually did its work properly and purely in fulfilling its mission, it will also support this plan without hesitation, as the quality of life and safety for all residents under my plan is exponentially better than the 800 Sylvan settlement plan. And no one makes money under my plan using your home values. I do hope that the council introduces this ordinance this evening so that the majority can satisfy their promises to our residents. I'll repeat that. I do hope that council introduces this ordinance this evening so that the Republican majority can satisfy their promises to our residents. I remind council members that if you are not going to be brave, you're not going to be free or safe. Thank you. Next on our agenda is the correspondence. We had a resident letter regarding a noise issue. And next up is are actually minutes for approval.
Point
And
of order, Mr. Mayor.
yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to have the May 18th minutes rewritten by the deputy clerk, please.
Second,
Can I discussion?
motion and a second.
Discussion. So
Motion, okay.
Please unmute my video.
by way of background, those minutes, and you were unanimously voted upon that the acting or the borough administrator would take those minutes and be the clerk, not just the secretary, but the clerk of that meeting, because it was in between the new deputy clerk joining us. And Mr. Katrubis, you voted for that, so.
Yeah, sometimes people make mistakes. I had a lot of things on my mind, sir. And
Well, when,
the audio is not available to the public. There's a conflict of interest with Ms. McMorrow taking those minutes. I believe everybody should have been made aware of that.
what is that conflict?
The conflict of interest is there was a correspondence that had went out into town. This was a highly contested meeting, and she should not have been taking the minutes, period. And the truth of the matter, folks, is that we had a series of minutes, 4/27, 5/7, May 12th, May 18th, May 24th. All were taken by Ms. Borchers with the exception of 5/18. And this is nothing more than somebody just trying to slip something past the goalie. And it's clear that this is nothing more than a narrative which is written. So it's orchestrated to be set up for me to set up a record for frivolous harassment charge and or suit. And it's highly irresponsible for the
Sir, you
the
referenced,
council to approve these minutes. And I just wish that
Oh.
we could have somebody else
Yeah, so-
redo the minutes. Thank you.
Mayor, are we all gonna get to discuss it, or just you and Mr. Katrubis?
You referenced a communication that went to the entire town, but you didn't actually describe that. What was that you were referencing?
You know which communication it is, sir. There's no
I
reason for
don't
me to
know,
say anything
sir.
more on that.
I don't know.
You
sir.
referenced it
I know,
before,
he
so you
doesn't
know
know.
which one it is.
Which one are you referring to, sir?
The same
you
one
go.
that you
Very
referenced
chummy.
before.
You don't know what I was referring to. Which one were you referring
I
to?
do know. The same one that you were referencing before. I have nothing more to say on the
Can
matter.
you-
I would
can
just
you-
like the minutes to be rewritten
Well, look,
by
you're-
somebody who is impartial.
I
Can we
think it's
please
fair
go to
the
each
public
council
to-
member and let them have?
I think it's fair to the public that if you reference a communication that went to the entire town that you
There's
could
only one
identify it.
communication. I've only written one thing to the entire
Okay,
town.
so
I think
you're
it's
the
quite
author.
clear.
So you were the author. Which communication is this, sir?
I'm not saying anything more. All I want is for a vote to be taken.
we did take a vote.
No, I just made a motion and it was seconded. I would like a vote to be
Right,
taken.
but we took a vote weeks ago in terms of who was going to act as clerk of that meeting, and you voted yes. So you can't unvote that vote right now. 'Cause-
The motion was to redo the minutes
Well,
by
let's-
somebody, by the deputy
Let's
clerk. That's
ask
what the
Mr.
motion is for.
Bernstein. Mr. Bernstein, we have a situation where May 18th, there was an individual unanimously appointed to take the minutes and act as clerk of that meeting. No one else was appointed to do either of those things. What is your opinion now?
The motion was seconded, please.
I'm asking Mr. Bernstein for a legal opinion.
Your Honor, there are minutes on the agenda this evening that were drafted by the deputy clerk that were originally taken by the borough clerk, who is currently out on leave of absence, on paid leave of absence, of which she is the creator of those minutes.
Is that situation different though, by distinction, where you have somebody on leave?
Well, not necessarily. I think you've got a motion, a second, to have Ms. Borchers,
Well,
at least,
Discussion, please. I'd like to have discussion too.
All right, go ahead.
at
Mr.
least re-review and/or potentially address the minutes accordingly.
No, actually, no, it's not to re-review. It's to take anything that has been done by the borough administrator, completely scrap it, and just have Ms. Borchers please do her independent work.
I'd be permitted to speak.
Go ahead, Mr. Luciano.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I greatly appreciate it. I agree with Councilman Katrubis for one, to table it, because you have professed that you want minutes to be accurate. And I'm going to also just go along with what Mr. Katrubis says. I agree with him 100%. But these minutes, and I know I'd asked the other council members, but the last time I did, they deferred to the borough administrator to let them know what she felt about the minutes. And we have at the very last meeting, I believe, or the meeting before that, tabled minutes because the borough administrator didn't feel they were accurate. And our mayor has professed that, because I even said they have to just get the gist of the meeting. And the mayor professed that, you know what? The minutes need to be accurate. So here, on these minutes right here, there's numerous inaccuracies. For one, it has me down as being as an abstention when I didn't abstain from a vote. I was actually muted and put into the waiting room. So that's not an accurate, wait, no, let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. You're gonna mute?
That was accurate because it was deemed by everyone that it was an abstention. Okay, go ahead.
Well, what is deemed by everyone is not accurate in the minutes. That night, I was muted over 27 times when I stopped counting. I was also kicked out of the meeting at least 12 times. There's not one
You were
mention. Let me finish, please. Let me
placed-
finish, please.
You were actually.
Let me
placed in
finish,
a-
please.
Hold on, just to be clear, because you're not going to run away with this train. You were muted because you were not behaving properly with anybody calling for a council meeting. And then you were warned a second time, a third time, and you were placed in a waiting room because you were unable to restrain yourself. That's why.
Okay, that's your interpretation. Then put that in the darn minutes, okay? Don't just, you can't just continue because you don't like the dialogue. And I know I'm being muted again, but you know what? This is mayor and
So
council.
it's basically.
And we are supposed to have, let me finish.
It's basically a vote. You
Let
don't have
me
to go on your
finish.
soapbox. It's a
Let
vote.
me finish. It's not a
All
soapbox.
right, wrap it
I'm
up.
stating facts.
Wrap
Don't,
it
don't
up.
tell me to wrap it up. That's hogwash, okay? The fact is we want the minutes to be the accurate, your words, minutes to be accurate.
Well, these are
There's not
accurate.
one, they're not,
These are
oh,
accurate.
these are accurate.
These
These are accurate?
They are
To
accurate.
you. Yeah, keep saying it. Say it again. Because I
They're
don't think we heard
accurate,
you the first
and,
time.
you
Say it
know,
again.
There'll be hold on, there'll be a video
Okay.
and an audio that actually.
Yeah, and I would invite the public, first off, the audio, the video that's on the website is missing the first 35 minutes of the meeting, okay? It's not even out there. I would invite the public to please go to our website and listen to the meeting and you can determine if these minutes are, please don't interrupt me because you
No,
love to do that.
I want to correct what you say as you go along because the public is here. Number one, the video was started late because there was a Zoom problem. However, there will be an audio posted with the entire meeting. Okay, so it's not,
Mr. Mayor,
hold on a second. It's not a matter of there's no video and someone did something wrong. We had a Zoom issue. And as I said, the recording started late, but the audio recording was there from the whole time.
Mr.
Luciano, is
Mayor,
there anything else that you wanted?
I'd like to add a
Mayor,
few things. If
So I
you
don't
had mentioned,
appreciate
Mr.
how you
Bernstein,
stop me, Mr. Katrubis, with all due
sorry.
respect. Okay, just because the mayor decides to mute me doesn't mean that it's over. My time is over. Okay, and I don't appreciate it. But if whatever your feelings are, Mr. Mayor, then you know what? Put it in the minutes. Okay, because you control everything. Have Mrs. McMorrow put it in the minutes that you feel I was being disruptive. You know what? Dialogue, conversation,
Do you
just
have
like.
anything else to
just
say
like-
on the subject matter?
No, yes, I do. I have a
something
lot
to
to
say.
say. I do have a lot to say. So motion,
I have some
second,
more to add,
discussion.
please.
It's the fucking
We've
hard
determined-
no. The
we've
double
determined-
hard
can
no.
someone mute
Look
whoever
who the
that is,
fuck do they
Robert
think they
Ford?
are? They're so hard that they don't, that means that they aren't
Let
willing
them-
to
You don't have
listen.
to mute them because it's my turn to talk. But when you turn, you can mute them in a second.
I couldn't find them. They were on another.
I know you couldn't, absolutely. But I want, once again, there's a motion. Anybody else want to
I have
discuss?
some more to add, please.
And you can, but I'm just saying, I don't want to necessarily just do it because Ms. McMorrow did it. I want to do it just like the mayor, just like Mrs. McMorrow mentioned at the last meeting, that with minutes we were doing. They're not accurate.
Okay, thank
They're
you.
not accurate. And this is what
Okay,
we're supposed
okay,
to
thank
do.
you. Thank
We're
you.
supposed to have
Thank you,
discussion.
Luciano.
And no, thank you. You're not
Thank
cutting
you.
me off. No,
Somebody
thank
else
you.
has their hand up. Mr. Farrell, go ahead.
Was that me?
Yes, I saw your hand.
I just have a question for Eric. Eric, on the minutes, once they're written, I believe there shouldn't be any changes on the minute, just that it can be added like an opinion.
You pulled them out the
change.
left on.
The answer to the question, Councilman, is that is not an accurate interpretation. The minutes can be amended to reflect what was accurately occurring at the meeting. If there was a question as to whether or not the language therein was in fact accurate.
I have something more to add if Mr. Farrow is done, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Katrubis.
I just want to say that it was stated, it was brought to my attention that the audio was put online and that was inaccurate. With that being said, I'd like to know which technology was used for the audio.
Okay, so let me just correct that. I said it will be put online. No, actually, I said it will be put online.
Well, then, okay, but we shouldn't be voting, and I like to correct that. That's not the way that I heard it. But
I know. You didn't like the way it came out. I know. Okay.
No, that's not what I'm
that's
saying,
what
sir. I
happens.
don't think that
When people-
there's no reason to be argumentative about it.
No,
I'm
no,
simply
listen.
saying that's
I
not the
know
way.
You don't like it, but when people
Mr.
go
Bernstein,
hunting,
please
hold
weigh in
on.
on this because I think I
Hold
heard him.
on. Listen, when people go hunting against employees of the borough in a public forum, this is what happens. You're not going to like those minutes, okay? Just like that employee didn't like you ragging on her the whole time, okay? So stop. Go ahead, Mrs. McMorrow.
I'm not finished, sir. I'm not finished, and you
Okay,
muted
what
me.
else is there? What else could there possibly
What else
be?
is there? I'd like to know which technology was used to record the minutes for the audio.
It's what we always use. What's the audio, Ms. McMorrow?
I'll answer all the questions since everything has to do with me. Am I going to be able to respond, Mayor?
You know what? I think it'd be fair if you wish to respond. Mr. Katrubis asked, what was the technology?
Okay, Mayor, I heard everything that was asked.
Go ahead.
And I left the room for a minute to get a copy of the very important letters written by our chief of police and other members of the police department.
I just
and
want
our-
the answer
and
to
our-
my question so we can
excuse me,
move on,
Don't
please.
sir,
No, I just want the answer
you
to
have
my.
harassed me enough. And our fire chief, and I
Gotta
came.
stop using that word. It's gotta stop.
Mayor, that's his wife. Obviously, she has a tainted view I'm going to ask to be allowed to be spoken, Mayor. I was muted the last time. My rights are being violated as an employee, and
Go
no,
ahead.
let me
Just
respond.
focus on the minutes.
Unmute me, please. Unmute my
Mayor?
video.
You are, focus on the minutes, please.
I am
Unmute Mr.
focusing on
Katrubis.
on the minutes, and I'm going to ask to be allowed to respond. Ms. Borchers informed me while I was gone that it was stated that I have a conflict and I should have been removed and rewritten. First of all, I'd like some clarification if that was stated, since I was spoken about, and it's clear on the video that I had left the room. That is my first question. When someone provides that answer, I will then respond to that. As for the
I
May
don't think you get
18th
to do that.
minutes,
The mayor and this is the mayor and council
why
meeting,
is
not a
he-
borough administrator meeting.
why is he?
Okay, can we do this?
You're
Yeah, he should be speaking out of turn, but we're focused right now.
Mayor,
on one
I
thing,
am
the
speaking
May-
about the minutes. I'm asking
Right.
to not be interrupted.
Can you answer the questions that were
I will,
presented, please?
from beginning to end, if you allow me to.
All right. What was the audio equipment used?
It was the audio equipment that's used in the court system.
Okay,
Can I finish? Can I speak?
go ahead, but this isn't really
Okay.
employment relations time, okay? So just, please, they're gonna have a vote on not accepting these minutes. And we have a very long agenda, so go ahead, take a minute.
Mayor, if you're not going to allow me, I'll speak in the public portion and speak about this, but this is the fifth
Go
time that I've
ahead.
asked this sentence to speak.
Go ahead.
As everyone on this council is aware, there have been numerous emails about the May 18th minutes. My understanding, and Mr. Bernstein can correct me on how the correction of minutes is usually done, is the minutes are sent to the council, they have the time to review, they can email the clerk or deputy clerk and state, I see portion A or B, and I'd like you to relook at those issues. Mr. Katrubis did that with Ms. Borchers. She found one correction. She corrected it. Mr. Katrubis then wrote to Ms. Borchers about these minutes and asked her to look at certain issues. Ms. Borchers sent them to me because I took the minutes, and I was directed by the council at the meeting. Mr. Bernstein was present, and the council stated, and I will read, Acting Borough Administrator McMorrow was designated to take the minutes of the meeting. The mayor designated Ms. McMorrow to be the secretary, the clerk of the meeting. The mayor asked the borough attorney if he needed a vote on that. The borough attorney, Mr. Bernstein, stated yes. The acting borough administrator then stated it would only be for this meeting as the deputy clerk was starting tomorrow. Mr. Bernstein then restated that it was only for this meeting. The mayor then stated the deputy clerk is starting tomorrow. For this meeting, Ms. McMorrow will be taking the minutes and called for the vote. Response was all in favor, none opposed. Mr. Katrubis's voice is heard loud and
Mr. Mayor,
clear.
I didn't ask any of these questions. I don't know.
What is going
That
on
being
here?
stated, Mayor.
What is
Mr.
going on
Katrubis
here?
Mr. Katrubis raised 3 questions.
What is going?
The tape was looked at, and the words that he brought up in question to be verified were verified to be on the tape. What is happening right now is that I am being pressured to change the minutes. Mr. Katrubis clearly does not like the words from his actions, and the one person that has the conflict is Mr. Katrubis with me, because he has been told by the borough attorney to be careful how he's acting with me. That being stated, Mayor, I heard nothing from any other council members.
No,
other than
actually,
Mr.
for the
Katrubis.
record. No, Your Honor, I need to have the record.
Well, I'll
correct,
read your
please.
letter, Mr. Bernstein, and if I'm not going to be allowed
I
to read
will-
it now, I
Ms.
will read it in
McMorrow-
public.
Ms. McMorrow. Both
Yes, Mr.
parties.
Bernstein.
Can I finish?
Oh,
The last
no
time
problem. I'll read your letter out loud, sir.
Both parties. Your
I'll
Honor,
read your letter out loud.
first of all, you read that personal and confidential attorney-client privilege letter out loud, Ms. McMorrow, and I won't be able to help you relative to anything that comes with it. There's an ongoing investigation regarding it. Both parties have been advised accordingly. And frankly, Your Honor, the motion in question has nothing to do with any of this.
Well, I haven't gotten any letter from you, Mr. Bernstein, but that's okay.
Ms. McMorrow, please.
I have nothing else. No, Mr. Bernstein. I have no letter from you. I only have one copy. If you're telling me not to read it, I won't. But I don't have a letter telling me how to act. I have a letter, you telling Mr. Katrubis how to act. If you sent a letter and I didn't.
No, I have a letter that you're aware of authorizing someone else to address the issue, and that's how it's going to get addressed.
Okay, look,
Oh, that's a
folks,
different
I would like
story.
very
to,
full
point
agenda.
of order.
But it
Point of
seems to
inquiry
be
or
because
point of
it's
order,
not
whichever
because I
one.
did the minutes.
Let's do this. All right.
I
Mr.
would like to,
Morrow,
I have a
Mr.
question,
Bernstein,
Mr. Mayor.
everybody.
I have a
There's a
question.
motion, there's a second.
No, we're still discussion, and I have a
No,
discussion.
we can't
No,
spend
no,
the
I
whole
have a
night. I
discussion.
need a motion to end discussion, somebody.
No, I have discussion.
Have a
okay.
motion.
I make a motion to.
Of course you do, Ramon, because you're a puppet. I have a
Yes.
question with
Same as
discussion.
you, maybe.
Is there a second? To end discussion? Okay, you guys want to talk about this all night? Fine. Go ahead.
Thank you for unmuting me. I have a question. There was a
You
mention.
don't have the floor.
that-
Hold on. There's other people ahead of
Okay,
you.
maybe.
Other people ahead of you. Okay, Mr. Katrubis, you're back in on this issue.
Thank you. I just also want to state that in the beginning of, unless I'm mistaken, I would like for Mr. Bernstein to please opine on this. But as far as I'm aware, the only recording device that could be used is Zoom. So if Miss McMorrow made a reference, hold on, you don't have to jump, you don't have to go crazy. I'm just asking a
going
question.
crazy. I said, what are you
I just
talking
want
about?
to know from Mr. Bernstein if a recording
crazy?
device other than Zoom is being used, if that's allowed.
The answer to the question, let's go back. The council was advised during the meeting, if I recall, that there was an issue involving the Zoom audio situation, and Ms. McMorrow and Ms. Scancarella were there at the time. And the court recording system was used for the audio, which is perfectly acceptable for purposes of recording minutes, just like it would be in any other situation without Zoom. So if there's a question that the audio is inaccurate, that's a separate issue. But the audio, as far as I'm aware, is fully accurate.
How do you know that when we haven't heard the audio?
But I offered for you to come get a thumb drive. I offered that to
It would have been
Mr.
posted.
It should be
when did you
available to
do
the
that?
public.
I offered it to Mr. Katrubis.
Yeah, but it
that
should
if
be
you-
available to the
But
public.
when did you offer it to
I'm trying to do it, sir. I have how many tasks upon me that
So
you are all putting on me purposely
order.
in a
I'm not-
form
Point
of
of order.
retaliation. That's what's
Point
going
of
on
order,
here.
Mr. Mayor.
Second the point of order, second Mr. Luciano's point of order.
I want this vote to take.
Second,
We have a lot of work to do tonight. And you're just disgracing yourselves in front of the public by arguing about minutes. from the
That's not
May
true,
18th
sir. This is
meeting,
a serious
okay?
topic, but nobody's
It's
disgracing
a
himself.
vote.
My
It's
integrity is on the
simple.
line. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Katrubis,
With
you
a
made a
frivolous
motion.
charge.
Mr. Katrubis, you made a motion. It was seconded. We've had ample discussion. Only you people could think this is important enough to speak about for 2 hours. Let's have the vote. And Mr. Bernstein, please remind everyone what they're voting on.
We are voting on the request by Mr. Katrubis, seconded by Mr. Luciano, that the deputy borough clerk review the audio related to the May 18th minutes and redo the minutes that are currently in draft.
And
Uh,
there's
Not
a
in
motion.
draft, they
and
were-
One more thing.
They've been
Anything written by
distributed
Ms.
to us.
McMorrow should be scrapped and
we're-
everything should start fresh. That's part of
How
the
is he
resolution.
allowed to talk about me?
Well,
Anything having to do
Mr.
with-
Luciano made a
Minutes, I
point
don't
of,
know who else to
Stop,
refer to.
everyone.
I have a
We're gonna
point
have a
of
vote.
order.
The discussion
a
is over.
point of
Mr.
order.
Bernstein, thank you.
Mayor, do not mute me.
Miss McMorrow, really, we need
No,
to.
I'm gonna say goodbye. No, this is not fair what's going on.
Ms. McMorrow, you've had your say, he's had his say. There's an audio transcript which we could just have transcribed, and those could be our minutes as far as I'm concerned, okay? Because quite frankly, he's not gonna like what you write, and you're not gonna like what he wants you to change, and he seems to be pressuring you to do that, which I don't even think is acceptable, Mr. Bernstein, and you should jump in, Mr. Bernstein, because I don't like the tenor of council people saying they don't like what they said in a meeting, and then they're pressuring the clerk to change it.
I'm
Mr.
being
Bernstein,
retaliated
wake up,
against. I am being
Okay, that's
again.
enough. That's enough. If you
Do
guys
not
want to
mute
have,
me again.
please stop, Ms. McMorrow. You're here as an employee. I'm trying to protect you as an employee.
No,
You
I'm
cannot
not
be
being
jumping in.
protected. I'm not
Okay,
being
look.
protected.
Guys, why don't you just vote on this? to transcribe the audio, and those will be our minutes, okay? How about that?
Ms.
How about that?
Borchers wants to speak. Ms. Borchers wants to speak.
Yes, Ms.
Yes,
Borchers.
Given what's been happening with the minutes, and I was looking through this one, to rewrite the minutes.
Can't hear her.
Hear you.
Not very comfortable rewriting the minutes of this meeting. So as you suggested, can we have that transcribed from someone outside?
That's fine.
I am not very comfortable doing that.
That's fine, and I
Let them do that.
respect your view on that. Why not just do that, everyone, and get past this issue?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, once again, point of order.
I'm
Hold on a
sorry,
second.
but I made a motion.
A point of
If you
order.
like,
is
if
supposed
you'd
to
like the
take
minutes to be
precedent.
written by somebody
Mr.
else
Bernstein,
independently,
a point of order.
and it's
takes
not just,
precedent
I'm
over
sorry,
all
hold
discussion.
on a second, please. It's
No,
not
point
just
of order
the
stops
audio part.
discussion.
It's not just the audio part. I want the entire meeting.
Mr. Bernstein, you're not
please.
doing
That's
your
what-
job.
That's what
What's the point of
that's
order,
what the
Mr.
resolution
Luciano?
is. I'm comfortable with somebody else outside of outside
That's
doing
fine.
it, but the minutes must be written in entirety, and everything that was written by the administrator must be scrapped. That's the resolution.
Mr.
No,
Katrubis,
that-
what are you
you
not
can-
understanding, okay? Here,
I made a
I
resolution.
just said- Mr. Katrubis, hold on. I said transcribe everything from start to finish, okay? And those will be our minutes for that meeting, since it's such an issue, and you're saying no. What do you want to
That's not-
change
that-
that you
that-
said?
The motion that I had put forward is to scrap anything that was written by the borough administrator and let the minutes be rewritten by somebody independent. That's all.
No, you said by the deputy borough clerk.
All right, then
Mr.
can I change it?
Okay,
If
yes,
the
you can
deputy
amend your
borough clerk is
motion.
not comfortable,
That's what
then let somebody
discussion is
else
about.
rewrite the minutes.
Mr.
That's why
Katrubis.
we're supposed to have discussion. So if the original motioner wants to change it, he's permitted to do it. This is a democratic society. That's why
I
we
wasn't
have
aware that she wasn't.
discussion.
I wasn't aware that Ms. Borchers is not comfortable doing it.
And
I'm
if she's
okay
an
with that.
employee, it
But
doesn't
have
matter if
somebody
she's
else
comfortable.
independently do it, please.
Hold on a second, guys. Everyone, stop. Mr. Katrubis, if everything is transcribed from start to finish, and I've got no horse in this race, how can you possibly object to that?
I'm sorry, sir, you do have a horse in this race, because there was multiple times where you got me to say something and then you muted me right after as soon as you got the answer you think that you wanted.
Sir,
And that's
Sir,
that's unacceptable as far as I'm
you-
concerned.
you
And
attack
that's
a
not
lot of
something that
people.
you can find within the transcript. For
Mr.
example, you asked me a
Katrubis,
question and it was a yes, but
Mr.
then you
Katrubis,
muted me right after the yes, which
Mr.
is an
Katrubis,
infringement of
these-
my
these-
rights.
Mr. Katrubis, these minutes aren't going to look any better than those minutes, because quite
All I'm
frankly,
asking, the motion is to have somebody independently write the minutes from start to finish, and then have somebody else and have anything that was written by the borough administrator scrapped.
So who would that person be? Because I've been seeing that you're trying to reach out and influence the current clerk from writing. on it.
When did I
That's
reach
not
the clerk?
acceptable.
I'm sorry. When did I reach out to influence the clerk? Be very careful with what you say, sir.
Yeah, I am very
yep.
careful. The fact that you're doing this discussion about things that you said that you regret saying.
I never
just-
said any of
maybe
that, sir.
just
I never
apologize
said
and
that I
it'll be
regret saying
easier.
anything. And please stop muting me. Mr. Geist, I hope that you're watching all
I
of this and
didn't
you're
mute
watching
you.
this
I
carefully.
did not.
You've
you're not-
muted me
you're not
several
muted, but
times.
I can hear you. You keep saying the same thing over and over. and
I'm not saying the same thing over and
trying
over,
to
sir.
get you to
You know
stop
exactly what
circling
my
the
motion
drain,
is.
sir.
I'm trying to protect my rights.
Sir, what you said, right? You can't unsay it. So why not just have a transcription from start to finish?
Again, the problem with the transcription is because you took certain aspects of the meeting and you got the answer that you wanted, and then you muted me right afterwards. You were gaming the system, and that's what I have a problem
one
with the
gamed
complete
anything.
transcription. And a transcriber would not know that. Only you would know that, and only I would know that. And as per Robert's rules, there's certain ways that
Oh,
it
I
needs to
see.
be
So-
the minutes
so
need to be taken.
You're not happy with what you said.
I didn't
so
say
now
I'm
you-
not
Now you
happy.
want
I
to
just
change
want
things.
fairness.
But now you want to change things that you
I
said.
don't want to change. All I want is a fair resolution, sir, that actually describes the minutes written by somebody that's independent. I don't see
Look,
why that
you have a
request is
vote.
unreasonable.
You have a vote, and you could object to any minutes that get presented to you, okay? But the one thing you can't do is go back and undo something that you said and unsay.
I'm not asking to go back, Mr. Mayor. I'm asking for somebody independent and not biased to write the minutes. from start to finish without looking at whatever the borough administrator, which you guys gamed the system. You knew exactly what was happening.
One game
Everyone
the
else had their
system.
mind somewhere else, and you
No
let
one
this
gamed the
person go in
system.
there so they can draw a narrative and try
Sure.
to hurt my
Mi-
character.
Mr.
And I have
Mayor,
a problem with that.
You have a problem with a lot of things right now.
I
right?
know I do, yes.
Mr. Bernstein, go ahead.
Mr. Katrubis, if you want an independent transcription,
I'm not asking for
And-
transcription, sir. I'm asking for the
Well-
minutes to be written.
well, the minutes are going to be written by a transcription because nobody from the outside is going to take this audio tape and write a set of minutes and pick and choose what should be in there and not be in there, because that's normally the function of the individuals who are there at the meeting. What you're going to get is effectively, what the mayor hasn't said, is a verbatim transcript,
Right.
Right,
which I'm
Wait,
not
Mr.
so
Bernstein?
sure you apparently want. What you want is a transcript that reflects something that leaves out situations
No,
that can't be left out.
let me
Because
ask a
if
question.
somebody else is
If I-
doing the
can-
minutes.
Let me ask a
Councilman
question.
Katrubis,
Let me-
can I please
let-
have 1 minute? I mean.
Let me
it
let me
seems
let
as
me
though
ask
it's
a
like
question then.
It's the
Can I ask a
Carol, Kim, and Mario show, and no one else gets to talk. Not that the other three want to talk, but I think I would like to talk.
I just want to ask a question.
We've had an
How did Ms.
opportunity, Mr.
Borchers
Chairman.
write the other minutes when she wasn't present at the meetings? But she was, it was somebody.
Either
else with the
video or
AIDs.
tape, I assume you can ask her.
How did it happen?
Well, here's the thing, right? Those minutes, you don't seem to have an issue with.
I didn't say that
Okay.
either.
Right, well, let's have our vote on everything except this and then come back to this, okay?
Well, wait, I have a point of order.
Well, what's your point of order?
Well, there was a conversation about the minutes were sent out and we get a chance to read them and review. I only got one set of minutes at the end after there
No,
was
we're
a
talking with
correction. Let me please finish.
councilman.
Let me
the-
please
the-
finish.
the-
Please, can I
The
please
reference
finish?
is to,
Can I please finish? Thank you, sir. I only received one set of minutes on Monday at 7:09. I'm sorry, I take that back. Monday at 7:06 that included a correction. And there was reference made that Mrs. McMorrow said, minutes are sent out, and if you don't like it, you have the ability to correct them and get back to us. There was also a comment made about that if we wanted the audio, you could get it on a thumb drive. Mrs. McMorrow, I would like to see that email that you sent to me offering that audio on a thumb drive.
Sent it to council. Okay.
No,
Mayor, may I
I'm not
respond?
asking
Because
you to
I'm being
respond.
accused of,
I'm not
Mayor, I'm
asking you
being
to
accused of things.
Let me just
But
clarify.
I'm publicly being accused and you're not allowing me to respond.
Uploading video is the simplest thing in the world.
You know, I have to tell
Anyone
you,
can do it.
this council has been hunting me like a dog.
Stop, everybody. This isn't about employee relations. Look,
Mayor,
what
Mayor.
Ms. McMorrow said was she gave him the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, she didn't give you the opportunity. So let's be careful with our words. Let's all listen a little better. And please, let's get past this issue, okay? Mr. Wu, please take charge of this council. You're the council president.
Yeah.
I'd just like to make a proposal. I'd like to table
Hip,
this
hip, hooray.
minutes, and I'd like to get the audio so we can compare it. I'd also like to order the transcript. I'm not saying the transcript should be the one that's used to vote. I'm just saying, I think we should get that information right now.
How about we just listen to it and without having to pay for a transcript? Is that possible? I mean, we're gonna waste more money. All you gotta do is see the video and you're gonna see it has no reflection of what's taken place in the minutes. And I agree with Councilman Katrubis because I'm constantly muted, okay? And there's nowhere in the minutes that reflects that I was kicked out of the meeting and put it.
I explained all that. We have to move forward.
I put a motion forward and it should be voted on.
Yes, Mr. Katrubis.
I
trying to
think
get you a vote, but your
I'd have a
comment
hard time voting on this without the information that's provided without hearing this meeting. So that's my position.
The motion is, Mr. Wu, are you making a new motion or you
Well,
wanna-
I already made a motion.
I think there's a motion.
I'm not talking to you. I'm
it's a
not-
motion pending.
But I want to understand from Mr. Wu what he wants.
The motion that's on the floor, I just want to understand the independent person who's writing these minutes that Councilman Katrubis is referencing.
Who, are you asking me who it should be, William? Because I don't have
We
an
need to
opinion.
find somebody.
We need to find somebody, yes.
What is your proposal on that?
I'll go with, maybe, perhaps the borough attorney can opine on this. Maybe he can make a suggestion. If he knows somebody, they can write the minutes independently. Some company, doesn't matter.
Borough Attorney, can your office be the one to write these minutes?
No, absolutely, positively not. I want no part of this.
We just.
I'll suggest a transcription service that we can provide to Ms. Borchers to send it out, but my office will not transcribe these minutes.
Okay, Mr. Wu, what do you want to do? You want to vote?
I think we have to vote on it as Councilman Katrubis has the motion, which is not too clear, but that's the motion, so.
Can you clarify the motion for everybody?
I believe the motion is to have Ms. Borchers rewrite the minutes and leave out any references regarding Mrs. McMorrow.
But Ms. Borchers just told us that she's not comfortable doing these minutes. And I don't.
Well, that's not the issue. The issue is what was the motion. That's the motion.
So I know, but I'm asking Mr. Katrubis to change his motion so that Ms. Borchers is not put in this difficult position. It's not fair to her.
Okay, how about Deputy Clerk? She is independent. Why don't you take over this one? Because if we give this job to the outside, that is the money involved in here. I think team is not agree upon this minute completed by the Carol McMorrow. So, independently, our deputy clerk can look at it and then do it. That is fair enough. I support that motion.
Can I ask a question now for discussion
Go ahead.
without being muted?
It doesn't seem like the council wants to vote. The council doesn't want to resolve this, and the council wants to be up here all night doing this. So let's go.
They're telling you can't.
Go ahead.
May I say something, please?
Go ahead, David.
Mr. Luciano said before, first of all, that audio should have been posted with the video. If the audio was available, it is a simple task to post the video, and it should be up there, and it should have been up there a week ago. I don't know why it was not posted. If it were posted, there probably would be less discussion than now. And I agree with Mr. Luciano. Now we're going to pay another person. We're already up to $200,000 with that failed motion for 800 Sylvan that Judge Farrington rejected. You are spending money like a drunken sailor. I'm sorry. We are responsible for taxpayers' money in this town. And your proposal for eminent domain, have you told the public how much it's going to cost them? Have you told the public?
Mr. Gregorio, if you listen to what I said, I explained what we were doing.
You need to tell them.
Mr. Di Gregorio, you drift, okay? You drift because the issue is not what you're talking about.
Okay, well, you heard what I had to say.
You have an inability to stay focused because this is what we're doing right now.
We are post the audio before the video. You can make it into a YouTube video with no video and just audio, black video or a picture of Englewood Cliffs, and post the audio and say, video not available. If you want me to do it, I can post it for you. I do it all the time.
I don't think that you should touch this.
I will, listen, all I'm thinking about is efficiency and getting it done, all right?
And by the way, in your first week on council in December, you authorized $500,000 to be paid to Mr. Wunsch and some other lawyers. So
you are doing what it's typical.
I love your newfound fiscal responsibility. Okay, Mr. Bernstein, is it possible to just take that audio and make it into the minutes?
No.
Okay, is it possible to just have it fully transcribed and make those the minutes?
Yes, if the mayor and council approve.
Okay, and as Mr. Katrubis moved, he wants someone other than Ms. McMorrow. He wants Ms. Borchers to do these minutes. She's told us that she's not comfortable doing them for reasons which I actually don't blame her at all. So is there something in between, folks, or do you want to just table this until you all have a chance to listen to the audio?
And I will say also,
I'm
being,
asking a question. Hold
Mayor,
on.
I would suggest we table it.
Can I have a motion to table instead?
Table.
Mr. Katrubis?
Wu, and then Farrell.
Mr.
This is the
Katrubis,
May
table your
18th
motion,
minute.
please.
This is all the minutes or the May
Just
18th
May
minutes?
18th.
Just
My
May
motion is just for May 18th.
So we have a motion and a second. Eric, I guess we just do a roll call now.
Yes.
Ms. Borchers, can you do a roll call on tabling the May 18th minutes, please?
Can hear you.
Are we
Ms.
just muted?
Yeah. No, he's.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Clark,
Yes.
Councilman Sutton.
Clark.
Clark, I just said.
Oh, that was Wu.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
I can't hear.
I cannot hear you.
Councilman Park,
What
Yes.
about me?
How about
Councilman,
that, Pero?
what?
How about Pero? You
Councilman
muted.
Farrell,
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis,
Councilman Katrubis. Is he not there? I don't,
he's muted.
No, I'm muted. I don't even see him anymore.
I don't see
I
him.
don't see him.
I don't see Mr. Katrubis. Councilman Di Gregorio,
It's a sad
Councilman-
case that I vote that we resolve this
Bernstein,
now.
this is an improper vote. There's already a motion and a second on it. It has to be rescinded before you can go to another motion. It
No,
hasn't been
actually,
rescinded,
actually, motion to table.
but that wasn't the original motion.
That's
Tim
right, but a motion to
Katrubis's
table-
motion, wait a second.
One at a time, Mr. Bernstein, he's saying it's improper. It's a motion to table. Is it
Motion
proper?
to table takes precedent over the motion.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to believe the attorney over Mr. Luciano. Okay. Continue with the vote.
Councilman Di Gregorio,
We do not table it. You can solve it now.
How do you vote, Mr. Di Gregorio? Yes or no, abstain or recuse?
Not to table it.
Okay, that's a no.
So, Mr. Bernstein, I just want to be clear. You're telling me that when there's a motion and a second, that motion doesn't have to be amended or rescinded before you make another motion to table, and you're telling me that that is a proper set aside of the original motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to challenge you on that. I'd like to see that
Continue with the
somewhere.
vote, please.
Councilman Luciano,
What am I voting on? I'll ask like
To
Councilman
table.
Farrell, what are we voting on?
Mr. Luciano, as everyone else is paying attention, and you apparently weren't, this is a
Oh, you
motion.
don't pay attention, Mayor, so stop.
Mr. Luciano, just to be clear, this is a motion to table the meeting minutes from May 18th, 2021. Okay, sir, I'm going to unmute you. How do you?
So I just want to understand as well. So we're going to allow an employee to tell us they're
Are
not
you
comfortable
voting yes,
in doing
no?
minutes, and we're
Are
going
you
to
voting yes,
abide by that.
no? Are you voting yes, no, abstain or recuse, sir?
I'm going to speak just like any other councilman before their vote.
Yep.
So you can mute me and you can say I abstain, or you can say whatever the heck you want, but I'm trying to get clarification on a vote. Okay?
Oh, no, there he is.
So thank you. I appreciate that you allow me to have the 30
Mr.
seconds.
Luciano, Mr.
Yes,
Luciano,
yes, Mr. Mayor.
how do you vote?
He
I
has
wanna
every right
know
to this.
Real picture.
that if we're going to allow an employee to tell us that they're not comfortable doing something, even though they're a municipal clerk, and they usually
That's
take
not
the
fair.
minutes.
No, now you're crossing the line. Don't talk about employees, okay? For very good reason, Ms. Borcher stated her belief in this, in her opinion. You get to vote, but what you don't get to do is question our employees publicly, okay? I'm gonna unmute you. You're gonna either vote or not vote. Mr. Luciano, how do you vote?
As a councilman, I get to question anything I want to.
No, you're breaking the rules when you do that. You cannot
You're
talk. about
breaking the
employees
rules.
publicly. Mr. Bernstein, how should we proceed? Luciano refuses to vote.
Non-vote.
It's a non-vote. Okay. Can I have a
You're
motion,
treating this,
Mr. Wu?
Yeah, I think Councilman Katrubis is not in the meeting.
He did not respond. Mr. Katurbis did not respond to the vote, yes or no.
I don't see
He's
it.
up, he's back up again.
He's,
Oh,
he's there.
I think he's under his
Can
wife's name.
someone please tell me what happened to my motion, my original motion? How are we on a different vote here? We
The
shouldn't be.
motion to table the action relative to the minutes.
I know what
totally.
happened to my motion, Mr. Bernstein. I've
Your
been
motion has been, your motion's been superseded by the motion to table.
Why?
we went through all this.
I wasn't in the meeting, sir.
Robert's Rules of Order.
I can't make you stay in a meeting, okay? I
I
don't know
didn't-
what happened to you.
Mr. Mayor, have a little compassion, okay?
Mr.
We're on
Mr.
Zoom.
Davis,
There's technical
It's not
difficulty.
about compassion. This is about getting our work done as a council.
And I'm
You have
trying
the opportunity- You have the opportunity to vote or not vote, as you wish, but there's a motion to table the May 18th minutes, okay?
this is about bullying.
And that motion supersedes your motion, okay? Right now, we've had everyone vote except you and Mr. Luciano. Please vote.
It has not been explained to me why my motion has been.
Because a motion to table supersedes a pending motion.
Because the mayor asked for it and William voted like he was supposed to.
Mr. Wu,
You know,
Mr.
folks,
Wu, will you please
folks,
rescind that
it's
motion?
fascinating. You all, this is exactly what you're looking for, and you're arguing about it. You don't want the minutes approved. You don't want the minutes in its current state approved. The motion is to table the minutes totally, and you're arguing about it?
Table the minutes. I didn't ask for this though, Mr. Wu, but thank you.
To me to vote.
It seems like a logical
Mhm.
outcome, right? Mr. Luciano still have to vote, is that right? Mr. Luciano, did you change your mind about voting?
No, but please let the minutes reflect that I've been repeatedly muted. That prevents me from asking questions.
You have the
during
ability to vote.
motion,
Wait.
to question.
I'm sorry, look, Mr. Luciano.
You muted him again.
I did
You're a
actually.
bully.
We had ample discussion. We spent an hour on this, everybody, okay? We're gonna be here till 4 in the morning. And I have a rule that we end the meeting in the same day it starts, but I don't mind staying till 4. I know you're gonna mind it, but you're bringing this onto yourselves, okay? Mr. Luciano, you had ample discussion. You had ample opportunity to ask questions. The questions were answered. We're voting. You refused to vote. And I can't help that, but I believe the motion carries, right? It's tabled.
What's the vote? Can't hear her.
I do not have Councilman Krugis's vote.
He voted to table. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You guys need to get your microphone working.
Councilman Katurbis, I need a vote from you, yes
He
or no?
voted to table.
Vote, okay,
Okay,
passes.
it passes. Okay, and
Yes.
there's no vote from Mr. Luciano.
Correct.
Okay, I'd like, if possible, to have someone move in all the other minutes by motion. So that would be the April 27th special meeting, the May 7th, 2021 special meeting, the May 12th caucus meeting, the May 12th regular meeting, and the May 24th special meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Can you do a roll call, please?
Discussion or comment? Discussion, comment. Motion, second, discussion, comment.
Go ahead and discuss.
Discussion, comment, right? Isn't that Robert's Rules of
Go
Order?
ahead, if you have anything to discuss, and I'm gonna.
Thank you very much. I
gonna-
never received, once again,
I'm sorry, hold on. I'm going to ask you to limit your questions and comments to the subject matter at hand. And I'm going to ask you to be brief. And if he's not brief, I'm looking at Councilman Wu and Farrow to make a motion to end discussion. Okay, let's go.
the only minutes after, I think this is like the 37th time I've been muted during this meeting. The only minutes I have received, even though the April 27th isn't relative to me, I only received the May 7th and the May 18th minutes.
Okay, were all the
No.
minutes distributed to council members?
They were all
Can you
distributed
please-
on
can you
Friday.
please- Can you
Everything was
please
sent
show
out on
me?
Friday.
Can you please show me in an email, please, tomorrow, where that was sent to me? I'd like to see a copy of that. I'm just letting you know, only one I received is the one on the 18th, and I believe I have received the one for the 7th. I didn't receive the rest. If you're correct, I'll gladly get up and say I stand corrected. But if you can, I have my email open right now. Tell me what time you sent it to me, and I will look. But I don't have them. So you can proceed now with anybody else who wishes to discuss.
Okay, let's have a vote, please.
I'll have to check tomorrow, Mr. Luciano, because I can't recall the time I sent it to everyone.
Do you have a computer there that you can check? Like I have mine open with my email open?
No, I
Hold on a
don't.
second. You just said.
Oh,
you
okay.
just- I'm sorry, Mr. Luciano, it was clear what you said. Provide it to you tomorrow. Proceed with the vote. Please proceed with the vote.
Please stop muting
The
me.
rest of the minutes.
Council President Wu? Council President Wu?
Yes.
Councilman Park?
Yes.
Councilman Farrow?
Talking to the fucking
I would
mic.
welcome the other
Sarah?
council members to show me that they got the minutes.
When is the next girls' night? Like
Who did?
Adina.
Oh.
Councilman Petrubis?
Sorry.
We're voting on the rest of the minutes?
Yes, we are.
No.
Councilman Di Gregorio? Councilman Di, he's muted.
He's probably muted or put out, knowing how this operations here.
Go ahead, Mr. Di Gregorio.
Councilman Di Gregorio? Councilman Di Gregorio? Councilman Luciano?
Well, since I didn't get the minutes, I would abstain from the 27th because I don't believe I was here. And the rest of them, I'm going to vote no, because if the record can kindly reflect that I never received them and I've never read them, even though others probably said they received them, but probably never read them either, but I'm voting no.
Councilman Di Gregorio? Councilman Di
Could you
Gregorio?
unmute me, unmute
There
my
you go. We're
video?
not able to unmute ourselves. Mario controls the world, so we're not able to do that.
Unable to start video. Why can't I start my video?
We're in the middle of a vote.
Yeah, we
I'd
know.
like my video to start. And to run a meeting under the fear of being,
There's a vote.
I'm going to make a comment and I'm going to vote.
Comment right now is regarding this vote, not about your feelings on anything else. Please vote.
I will state my vote after this sentence and you will not mute me. You will not mute my video.
Eric, who seconded this?
Pharaoh.
Councilman Farrow?
Thank you.
My vote will be
Your other
said after this. It is very disconcerting to be in a council meeting, a public council meeting.
We're voting on minutes. We're voting on minutes. That's a no vote, okay? We don't have all night to do this. Continue.
I don't think you get to dictate whose vote is what. Let the minutes reflect that you
It's a
muted
no
him and he
vote.
couldn't vote.
Please continue to vote. He had an opportunity. Mr.
So
Di
I will
vote?
finish my sentence
Yes,
and I will vote, but you're going to have to listen to my sentence.
yes, no, abstain or recuse.
My sentence is all night we have been under the fear
You're
of
not
being
under-
muted. And
Look, we have a meeting to run. Okay, it's fine. We have a meeting to run. Skip him for now, please. We'll come back to him. We can't hear you.
So I'm sorry.
Ms. Borchers, we can't hear you. Please run this.
The vote, it passes. We have 4 votes for
Okay.
yes.
Okay, the minutes have been passed. Okay, next up is public portion. Kevin, a motion to open to the public, please. You have a motion to open to the public?
Point of order.
So moved.
Point of
point of
order.
order.
All in favor? I'm not recognizing your point.
You
of
don't
order.
have to. It stops discussion.
No, I'm not recognizing.
Point
it.
of order for Mr. Lich.
All in favor of open to the public needs to be heard.
Point of order for Mr.
Mr.
Luciano.
Bernstein, I have a point of order.
First of all, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Di Gregorio can't make a point of order for somebody else. Mr. Luciano, what's the procedure at issue?
I would like to request, I don't think that there was 4 votes for the last vote. And I would like to know on the roll call who voted for yes, because I think Councilman Katrubis voted no. Councilman Di Gregorio was told that he was voting no by the mayor, and I voted no. So I'd like a clarification, even though I know that, that's too complicated.
I'm sorry, I didn't tell anyone how to vote, and I understood that there were 4
I
votes.
correctly spelled it.
What was the vote, Ms. Borchers?
I will make the correction. It is 3 yes, 1 no, and 2 non-votes. My apologies.
It
There's so much confusion and noise going around, and I'm sorry about that.
That's okay, no problem. Can I have a motion? Can I actually have the vote? All in favor of opening to the public?
I voted no.
Anyone opposed?
You
Let the
you
record
voted.
reflect, Mr. Di Gregorio voted no on the minute.
So that would be 3-3, wouldn't it, Mr.
That would be now,
Bernstein?
Mr. Luciano, Mr. Mayor, it's 3-3. You can break the
I'm
tie.
glad someone could get this right.
I vote yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, let's open to the public, please. Anyone from the public who wishes to be heard, please raise.
Just to make sure everything's done right, like the mayor likes.
Yes, Mr. Becker.
Mr. Chuckles.
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute Mr. Luciano again. I'm sorry, but it's really disruptive. Mr. Becker, go ahead.
Hi, I was here last month and I live on Roberts Road. I'm trying to build a house on Priscilla, and as you know, the building permits are not allowed to be issued. I spoke with Mr. Bernstein last month on the Zoom, and I believe you said, you told me about the judge, et cetera. I just was curious because my attorney reached out to the judge and essentially it's at a standstill. Is there any plan or what's the hope for permits allowed to be issued in the town going forward? Is that going to happen anytime soon, or is there anything happening to allow that to be, to go?
Mr. Bernstein, can you answer that?
First item is that His Honor has been approving permits and denying permits depending upon what they are on a weekly basis, and the status is going to remain the same unless Judge Farrington issues an order differently.
So according to the building department, 0 permits have been issued by the judge since this has been in effect. I know it's been in effect for over a year, but since I think it's about 6 or 7 weeks now that they've actually been listening to the rule, the judge has not approved a single permit to date.
I don't know. I would say that's not the case, but the question is whether or not he's been approving building permits. Ms. Scancarello was advised on Friday what the current status is. I can only suggest that that's where we are. And until Her Honor renders a decision otherwise, that's where we stay.
If I may make a comment, please. Mr. Betcher, after what took place tonight with the mayor's 30-minute diatribe.
Hold on a second, Mr. Luciano. The public is speaking now, okay? And Mr. Becker, this is the problem with what's become of New Jersey and the administrative state, right? It is nationwide, where elected officials like ourselves get trumped by bureaucrats and judicial appointees. So I'm sorry you're going through this. Perhaps you could have your attorney reach out to Mr. Bernstein, and then he could figure out if there's a deficiency or there's an issue. But this is the problem with Englewood Cliffs right now and with New Jersey. People like you who are actually trying to better a town are stopped in your tracks from doing it because a bureaucrat and a judge decide that they are now our government. Okay? Feel free to write all the letters you want and get your friends to do the same, because we've become a mediocre state. And Governor Murphy, the legislature, they don't care. They don't care about people like you. All right, and we'll work with you. Mr. Bernstein, please speak to Mr. Becker's attorney.
If he contacts me, I'll be happy to.
Yeah, please do that.
Thank you.
And you know, we do want to fight for our residents, especially those who are trying to make the town better, right? Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Wu, you're welcome. Mr. Wu, did you have a question? I see your hands up.
No, I did not.
Okay. I see a hand up. Frank P. Go ahead and unmute yourself, sir.
Frank Patty, 30 Dillingham Place, Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey. I have a couple of questions. I apologize because I came into the meeting late. The first question really is, when might we stop the Zoom meetings and start to go back to public meetings? The Zoom meetings, particularly tonight, whether people are being muted or not, the audio kicks out. It's extremely hard to follow. It's extremely hard to hear what the council peoples and yourself are trying to get across to the public and what their opinions are. When might we be going back to public meetings?
That's what we asked last month.
That's a good question. I think.
We could have had it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Luciano, I'm speaking, really.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Mr. Patty, your question is good. We probably be ready to do that by August. I know the borough administrator and the borough attorney and the clerk have been trying to coordinate. Mr. Bernstein or Ms. McMorrow, did you want to add anything to that?
Mayor, I disseminated to the mayor and council today a letter from Mr. Bernstein's office regarding procedures. Hopefully everyone had time to read that, and I'm looking forward to what they have to say. And we need to come up with a policy for Borough Hall and for the Zoom meetings. I know the council brought up having a blended, and Mr. Diani said that would not be, we would not be able to do a blended meeting.
But
So
we did recommend a hybrid.
I didn't get there yet. Mr.
Hybrid, it's the same
Something
thing.
for us. Well, no,
it's
no,
actually different, David.
No, it is right. It is, David. It is different. The hybrid that was explained to me was that the mayor and council attends and the public does not. Is that correct, Mr. Bernstein?
Yes, because
Can
of
we
the size of
schedule
the
that for
room
next
and
meeting?
related items.
Correct. Thank you.
Schedule
So that,
for next meeting.
No, I think we'll probably be ready by August to do that.
Why August? What's preventing us from next meeting? What's preventing us from next?
Okay, this is the residents' time.
Okay, I'd like to respond to Mr. Patty, please.
Hold on a second, Mr. Patty, I want the council to respond after you're done. Did you have anything else that you wanted to say?
Yeah, and again, I joined the meeting in the middle of all this discussion with minutes, so I apologize, already discussed. But I got an email today talking about 800 Sylvan Avenue and eminent domain, and the use of it to, I'm assuming, stop Normandy from building. I have two questions on that. One, is it designed to stop Normandy from building, which it seems obvious it is? And two, what are the approximate costs of the borough to do that? And three, do we think we're going to be successful in that?
So, Mr. Patty, as you missed the beginning part of the meeting where I explained all that. Basically,
Yeah.
it's exploratory. We're working on it. The council's aware of it. They've been aware of it for a while. They gave me permission to pursue it. It's designed to benefit the town by using that property for public use, which we're entitled to do. 800 Sylvan will continue to own part of that property in a commercial building there. And whether or not we're successful, I defer to council. I know Mr. Hack was on before, Mr. Bernstein's here, so I'll ask them if they want to add anything. What I'll probably do is.
No.
No, okay, I'll add my statement publicly. It'll be available so you could read through it. And if you have any questions, just reach out to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the public wishing to be heard? Oh, Mr. DiGregorio, respond to Mr. Patty, go ahead.
Mr. Patty, first of all, and please, I would appreciate not being muted in my response because I've been muted countless times this evening, at least
Go ahead.
30 times.
Go ahead.
So I would like a complete response to Mr. Patty. Is that
Go ahead.
agreed?
Go ahead.
It's very difficult to live
I don't
under
know
the
what you're
fear
gonna
of being.
say, so go ahead and say it.
I will. So what the town is proposing has high risk. That has been explained to us by our borough attorney numerous times. It is a high risk. It is not containing the problem, in my opinion. What we risk, and I will say that the last attempt that the mayor has to overturn the settlement, Judge Farrington seems to have been very kind. The 800 Sylvan mentioned incarceration, mentioned personal fines for those people who are actually actively breaking the law. It is the law. Nobody likes the law, but this is going to risk our town. Number one, taxes will skyrocket because we're going to have to pay market value for that piece of property. Number two, Judge Farrington or whoever is judging, probably Judge Farrington, could say you're in breach. Being in breach, they could build 840, 50 units up there with no height restriction. If we're in breach, the town will most definitely, like it did, lose its immunity. And you could have multi-unit dwellings in all of our backyards. Tear a house down, build a 2-family or 3-family or whatever. So I think although the mayor has pontificated on this and he is trying, and forgive me if I'm using language that's not accurate, it's not to your liking, but you've been painted into a corner and you're desperate to get out of that corner. And you'll do whatever you can to try to get out of that corner with no regards to Mr. Patty, to anyone in this town. And I've made the analogy before. You're like a pilot on a plane on a suicide mission. If you ask Mr. Serenian, who's the...
Those are unacceptable metaphors, okay? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why can't I complete my statement unmuted?
Because it's unacceptable. And by the way, you're misstating a lot of things, right?
So no, I'm not finished yet. I am not finished yet. I'd like to complete my thought. So we proposed to put on the agenda tonight, and it was nothing, practically nothing was on the agenda. We need to start planning as a town. What are going to be the potential, what's the potential impact of 450 units? What's the potential impact of the 90 units coming in? We need to consult our experts, our professionals, and we need to start planning. This is going to blow up in people's face. I have sent emails to Mr. Wu. I've sent emails to other council people warning them, sounding the alarm that this is going to be an absolute disaster. Let it unfold. I'm on record to be totally against this. We're going to breach the settlement. Once again, we didn't vote at the upper school in 2019 where we could have had a lot better situation. There was 9 units way back when the planning board turned this down. And I will tell you that our borough attorney has brought us through the history, the whole council, the history of the predicament that we're in now. I would hate to see it get any worse. I think nobody's going to like it, but we need to do the best we can to accommodate what we have now. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot worse situation. And that's my complete, as I can see it now, my complete answer. And thanks for listening.
But we actually do have a constitutional right to eminent domain and condemnation, and at least to evaluate it and juxtapose it against the 2020 settlement to see which way this town fares better. The one thing that was not taken away from us in the settlement, the so-called settlement agreement, was our right to condemnation. And we are not doing our jobs as governing body if we're not evaluating every possibility that could benefit this town. You know, and I mentioned earlier, Mr. Patty, and you weren't present, that the last tax appeal that 800 Sylvan submitted very recently was a $32 million valuation, right? There's also other appeals going on, and quite frankly, no one cared about the safety of our residents, of our children, of our seniors, of anyone walking down the road, because these roads were not intended to be directly connected to 9W, but under the 800 Sylvan plan, they were. And everyone ignored our police chiefs and our fire chiefs' opinion letters, and no one did a traffic study. And you can't even turn an emergency vehicle around in that place. You know, we just had a major fire in Fort Lee in a multi-unit dwelling, which thank goodness no one died, but I believe some people were injured. And the place is a mess. It's done. It's gutted. So you would think that with all the money flying around, 800 Sylvan would have at least paused and maybe figured out a safer scenario. And then even if they wouldn't, because they seem quite greedy about what they're doing, that the judges and everyone around the judge would have at least said, hey, we should really look at the public safety component of that development and address it. But no one did. We tried, and they've actually forced us. And Mr. DiGregorio seems to not care about safety, and that's his decision and the prerogative. But I do, and I can't stand by and watch this town get exposed to, and its residents exposed to dangerous conditions. So that's just me. I see potholes, I call them in. I go running at night, I see things I don't like that are not safe, I call them in. I'm calling this one in. All right, anybody else from the public? Mrs. O'Shea, go ahead. And thank you, Mr. Patty. You can unmute yourself, Mrs. O'Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a number of things to say kind of across the board. Number one, right now it's almost, it's 10 after 10 just about. And to think that this council has spent 2 hours discussing one set of minutes with deliberation and back and forth and accusations and contemplation. It's been disgusting. Okay, and to deal with that as a member of the public listening to this is outrageous. Okay, and Mr. Katrubis, Mr. DiGregorio, and Mr. Luciano, okay, enough is enough. Okay, really, it's terrible. Okay, number two, I take great offense at Mr. DiGregorio's analogies that he constantly and has repeatedly in multiple meetings used, and they are offensive. A drunken sailor, okay? My father was a sailor for 20 years in the Navy. My mother's brother was a sailor for 20 years in the Navy. My father's brother got killed as a sailor in the U.S. Navy in World War II. His other brother was in the Navy in the U.S. as a U.S. sailor. My mother's brother was a sailor in the U.S. Navy, and multiple other relatives, cousins, were in the Navy, and they were not drunken sailors. And Mr. DiGregorio, I suggest that you curtail those analogies because they are offensive. Okay, they are very offensive, and I take exception to them. And shame on you, okay? I don't know if you were ever in the military, but shame on you for saying that about any of the military people in this country that serve the nation and serve to depend and give you the freedoms to speak the bullshit that you speak all the time, okay?
Point well taken.
Also,
Okay.
Mr. DiGregorio, you made a comment at another meeting when there was a hiring going on, and you said, we have too many Indians. Too many Indians. Geez, I don't think that's appropriate either. And I don't think that the Indian population in Englewood Cliffs or some of our employees that are Indian would appreciate that comment that you made. We have too many Indians. You made it. You made it, sir. Yes, you did. Okay. Also, what else? What else do I have written down here?
Well, and when did I say that? And
I
in what
don't
context?
write down, Mr. DeGorio. You'll have to go through the audios and you'll find it. But you
You're
did
making
say
the
it.
accusation. You
did
should
say
tell
it.
them.
You did say
I would
it.
like to know. And listen,
Well,
I would like to
listen,
clarify.
listen,
No offense.
Listen to the videos, Mr.
Okay.
DeGorio, and you will find where you said it. It was relative to the hiring of additional personnel in the borough to replace the people. Just like you said, the people were running for the hills. They weren't running for the hills. They were retiring. And you're in your 70s. When you're in the 70-year-old range, you have the option to retire from your position without running for the hills. Okay, you constantly use these kind of narratives when you try to describe people, and it's wrong. Okay, you've got to stop it. Okay, all right. And then when you talk, and I
Keep
also
playing
like to
games,
comment,
Mayor.
Mayor Kranjak, I think your comments regarding the eminent domain for 800 Sylvan is very forward thinking and a very good solution to the Englewood Cliffs issue, not to have high density, high rise apartments, which is just for the profit of the developer. If we need to provide low income housing, let's provide the housing and not have to deal with profit making developers. Okay, and I appreciate your putting that forward. And I think it's a very good idea. I own 3 properties in Englewood Cliffs. Okay, and my family has been here since 1924. I have my grandmother's original house. I have my mother's house and my home with my husband. All right. I am a longtime resident. I love Englewood Cliffs. My children went to Englewood Cliffs schools. I am proud to be an Englewood Cliffs resident, and I appreciate it. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard in the public? Yes. Mrs. Valari, I am unmuting you. Or
Here we go.
I'm going to be real. Good evening. Maria Valari, 45 Jane Drive. I'm going to be really brief because we rehashed this meeting after meeting. I would just like to say that I am so embarrassed that people are watching our meetings, and to have Mr. Luciano, Mr. Di Gregorio, it would be really kind to us, the residents, that when you speak, when you have a point of order, to just go to it instead of constantly berating the mayor about how you're muted, or your video is off. And
Why would you like it?
I'm sorry, can I please finish speaking? And then if you'd like, Mr. Luciano, you can address what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you lose your message when you speak that way. When you start with, the mayor did this, the mayor did that, he muted me, he did this, he's not, you know what? You lose whatever it is that you're about to say, because you go on and on and on about being muted, about being unfair, about not being heard. And instead, you should take that time once let's say you're unmuted or you're on audio, to just make your point. I think that would be more effective. I'm giving you some really good advice here, because you lose the people, we get disgusted, we have a headache, and it's just not right. You know, when you say that you represent the residents, well, we're all residents. And maybe your constituents love to hear you yell and scream and insult and all that. That's fine. Maybe that's your people. But as a resident, I really don't like to hear all that. I would rather see everybody make their points. That's number one. I wanted to talk about the was that the 2019 meeting at the school?
Yeah.
Everyone's constantly, Mr. Di Gregorio, you bring up how we didn't listen to our experts. And I say this meeting after meeting because the residents need to understand. And Mr. Becker, you are collateral damage as to what happened at that meeting. Is that when we lost our election, I'm a Republican and proud to be one. When we lost the election to the Democrats, what the Democrats did, did not fire all the expert people that we had hired. So they decided to keep them on. But what the experts did was an injustice to the residents of this town, because what they decided to do, they did a turnabout face and changed all their numbers, changed all their opinions to appease the now Democrat majority. And I think that's really the travesty here, because if we had looked at what they were proposing for this town, the amount of students that would be increased in our school system, the police department, the amount of people, the infrastructure, I don't think anybody really is thinking about what this will do to this town. First of all, it's a lovely town, beautiful trees, beautiful town, lovely to live in. But it seems like the Democrats aren't interested in the trees anymore. You know, we hear about trees, environment, and whatever, but we're not interested in that anymore. What we're interested in, what they are interested in, is high density residents. And they keep saying, you know, we didn't do anything. We didn't build one affordable housing. You know what? I've been through two mayors, Mayor Parisi Sr., Mayor Parisi Jr. Neither one of them did anything. We could have done things in 1984 and 1990, and we could have done something to appease, but they made the decision, not the residents of this town. They chose not to build one. When Judge Farrington says, you didn't put one unit, well, the residents of this town didn't say, don't put up one unit. It was never even mentioned. It was never even an idea in that administration time. They were just happy pushing it aside. To be completely honest with you, I wasn't even aware of it until much, much later on about this affordable housing. I'm not against affordable housing. If Normandy decided to put up 300 units of affordable housing, I'd rather see that. Than to see this builder, these investors, to make a landfall. I mean, to really make so much money and destroy this little town. And so I don't like it when I hear, oh, Englewood Cliffs is racist. They don't want affordable housing. This town is not racist. We are so diversified in this town. It's unbelievable. And to allow people to constantly lie and make issues of those experts got paid millions of dollars. Those experts got paid so much money. They went from, hey, this is not a good idea because we can't sustain this because this whole town is going to be blown up when you allow this many residences, to, oh, it's not going to, there may be one person per unit. I mean, I was insulted at that meeting and I was upset at that meeting. And to be completely fair, the people voted the Democrats out at that time because they needed to. We needed to vote the Democrats out because they are not representing the majority of the sentiment of the people in this town. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I please reply?
Go ahead.
Ms. Valori, I agree with you 100% with what you're saying about having to make your point, and it's lost on, you know, saying that I've been muted, but I think that it's very frustrating to sit here for an hour and continue to try to hit whatever the question it is that I have, and a note come up and say that the co-host is not allowing you to unmute. And the public can talk, and the borough administrator can talk, and the council majority can talk. And meanwhile, I'm sitting here hitting a button, trying to make a comment, and I'm not even allowed to comment. And now after 2 hours, and my mute button automatically says the co-host has allowed you to unmute, it's a little frustrating. So I apologize that sometimes it may come across wrong. But if in the middle of one of your sentences, you were turned off and not allowed to speak again while your hand, see, and just like the hand that I keep putting up, my hand has been raised since 8 o'clock this evening, and I have never once been called on. So you tell me how frustrating that would be to you if in the beginning of what you were talking about right now, the mayor cut you off and then didn't allow you to speak again. So I just want to let you know that, because you know what? I agree with you. I would like to get my point out, just like as David would like to get his point out, and Councilman Katrubis. And now all of a sudden, we're cut off and not permitted to do it because the mayor has the ball and we're playing ball and he went home with the ball and I'm not allowed to speak. Now, as with Mr. Becker, what I wanted to say before, Mr. Becker, you be ready to never be able to, and be prepared that you might have to build multiple density housing on your property, because what this majority has planned is going to set your head on fire, okay? And Mr. Patty, what I would like to say to him, even though I think he's gone, eminent domain that was brought up tonight. We keep hearing that eminent domain has to do with the appraised value. Well, surprised everybody, eminent domain now requires market rate value. And market rate value, they bought the property for in the 40 millions. Now they have 600 units approved on that property. And if you think that they're going to walk away with the appraised, as everybody knows, you know what? We want our appraised values of our homes to be, and I'm going to make up a number with all due respect, Ms. Valari and everybody else. If our house is truly valued at 2 million and we want it to be appraised at $1 million, are you going to accept $1 million when you sell your house? That has to do with tax and the assessed value. So just be prepared, okay? We're going to have $100 million.
Thank
you
you.
want to talk about not being
Thank
fiscally
you. Thank you, Mr.
Ms.
Luciano.
Valari, can
I
finish?
appreciate.
Ms.
thank
Valari,
you.
I didn't interrupt you, and I'm going to ask you to please just let me finish. If the mayor wants you to reply afterwards, I'm sure he'll let you because you're with him. So
I'm with him.
at the very end, I just want everybody to understand. You could share. I think I've been very
I'm with the
asking
town. I'm
Ms.
with the town,
Valari,
Mr. Luciano. Do
Ms.
not tell me
Valari,
who
I
I'm
didn't
with. I'm with
interrupt you.
this, I am a
Ms.
resident
Valari,
and I
didn't
am for this
interrupt you.
town.
Please give me the same respect I
Public
gave
portion.
you.
You're addressing, yes, but what are
But
you
you're
doing?
interrupting me,
You're
and
grandstanding.
Luciana, it's public portion,
Please.
really.
And I'm part of the public, so my hand's
No,
been
no, you're
raised.
not. Right
and
now,
if you
you're
wanna
not.
Tell me like.
No, you're not.
Just to be clear, and maybe you're confused about your role here. You are not the public tonight. You're supposed to be part of the leadership. You're on council.
Would you let Mr. Luciano finish?
So
This
just
is what I'm talking about, Mr. Di Gregorio.
correct everything, and you know that impassioned speech on behalf of 800 Sylvan, Mr. Luciano, that might go down in history as one of your finer moments, right? Where you're actually defending the people who are destroying our
That's
town.
right.
Well done, really well done, okay? And by the way, the reason you get muted is because, and by the way, if you go back and listen to these tapes, you dominate the vocal part of this, okay? So believe me, you get to say what you want to say, but when you and Di Gregorio start your comments, you always have to do a hit first, right? Either hit Carol McMorrow, you hit me, you hit Councilman Wu. You can't just state your comment, right? Mr. Laurie, were you finished or did you have more?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, that was a wonderful speech that Mr. Luciano just gave, and he sounds like he's really on board with Normandy. However, I'm all for doing something as far as taking that. I mean, you know, Mayor Parisi did it. Why should that stop anybody else? Why do we need? I am for doing whatever we have to do the affordable housing, to give affordable housing to people who want to live here. However, I'm not for just a landfall of money for a builder who's only interested in destroying this little town. He doesn't care about Englewood Cliffs. He'll move on to another town after he's done with this. And I would really love to see the justice system. I'm very disappointed in the justice system right now. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more negotiations going on there with this town and not just constantly hitting this town over the head, because they don't, obviously they're not really caring about what happens to our town. And that's my point. I would like to see a little bit more fight. I'd love to see more people get involved. And but other than that, you know, you showed this paper before about coordinating with the attorneys. Was that before the 2019 meeting?
No, it was actually right after that meeting.
So obviously, when they saw that we had such support from the residents of this town to fight that situation, they needed to get together to really go against us, go against this town. And these are people that we paid a lot of money to.
Yeah.
Mayor Kranjak is desperate to blame, so
By the way, Mr. Luciano misspoke again. It's 450 units, not 600. Okay. And all the fear mongering in the world shouldn't actually stop us from representing our constituents, or at least evaluating it. I didn't say it was going to actually happen, but we do need to do certain things to evaluate and compare the October 2020 settlement with the option of condemnation. You know, and that's us doing our job for the borough, right? Okay, Ms. Villar, anything else?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to be heard? Ms. Borchers, do you see any other hands up from the public?
Oh, that's Judas.
Miss
I-
Zeb Garris.
Oh, that's actually Councilman Katrubis. This is a public portion. Is your wife speaking, Mr. Katrubis? You're not muted. Go ahead.
I'm having internet trouble, and that's why I had to jump on a different computer. So I'm on this ID. I'm sorry, I can't change the name. I just want to let you know that I was muted.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
There's no other hands.
Okay.
my video is muted.
Mr. Katrubis, I am going to change your name online, okay, so people can see.
Sure, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Can you take that hand down?
You've changed, Mayor Kranjak, if I may, Mayor Kranjak. Now that I know that you can change people's names, I know that you've changed other people's names that are part of the public, and you should not be doing that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay?
Can I have a motion to close the public portion, please?
I make the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. So next, and I thank the public for your comments. Next on the agenda are public hearings for ordinances. We'll start with 21-10. This is an ordinance approving application for a long-term.
Point of order, point of order.
Mr. DiGregorio, yeah, I'm speaking here and I'm trying to conduct business, okay? Do you remember Welcome Back Cotter with Horshack? He'd always raise his hand when the teacher was trying to talk. Maybe not. So 21-10, ordinance approving application for a long-term tax exemption and authorizing the execution of a financial agreement with Englewood Cliffs Family Urban Renewal LLC. So this is a public hearing, and what we do at this point is we open to the public to discuss each ordinance that's having a public hearing tonight, and only that ordinance. So can I have a motion to open to the public, please?
I make the motion.
First.
21-10.
Is there a second?
Second.
Pharaoh and Wu.
All in favor?
Council President Wu,
No, we just do all in favors on this, right?
No, the question was who is, yes, it's all in favor. The question was who was the motion, the second.
No, we
Oh,
got
I'm
that.
sorry, yes, got it, okay. All in
Yeah, we
favor? Anyone opposed? Abstain, recuse? Okay, thank you. So if there's anyone from the public who wishes to be heard just on 21-10, please please raise your hand. I don't see any hands. Ms. Borchers, do you see any hands?
don't see any hands.
Okay, can I have a motion to close the public portion on this ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Who made that first motion? It's coming very garbled, Mayor.
Councilman Park, I think.
More Park. I think.
Made the motion.
Park and Wu.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Park.
Wu.
Yes.
All right. So you do all in favor, or should I call the roll?
All in favor?
I
Aye.
need a motion to move this, authorize this ordinance.
2111?
2110, it's a motion to approve.
2110.
What is
Want a
it, aye,
game?
or
All right, then
you
I'll
need
stop.
a motion?
So moved.
So move.
Oh, okay.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Kutrubas,
This is for 2110?
Yes,
Yeah, yes, please. Thank you.
Councilman Di Gregorio,
Yes.
Councilman Luciano.
I don't see him. He disappeared about 5 minutes ago. Let me check if he's anywhere to be found. I don't see him.
No.
He dropped off.
How do you
Markham
want-
abstained.
Say, that's what happened the last time. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have 5 votes.
Okay,
Passes.
Motion passes.
okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan, thank you for hanging in there with us. Good luck. I'm sorry, I'm gonna unmute you. Did you want to say something, sir?
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, thanks. Look forward to taking the project to the next step.
Wonderful. We appreciate everything you're doing, and we're here to help you with anything you need.
Okay.
Take care. Have a good evening. Thanks
too.
for hanging in there. Okay. 21-11, this is a bond ordinance to authorize the making of various public improvements and the acquisition of new additional replacement equipment and machinery, new communication and signal systems equipment, new information technology equipment, and new automotive vehicles, original apparatus and equipment in by and for the Borough of Englewood Cliffs in the County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, to appropriate a sum of $2,191,000 to pay the cost thereof, to finance such appropriation, to make a down payment, to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds. So this is a public hearing time. Can I have a motion to open to the public on this ordinance?
I make the motion to open to the public. 2111.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Recusing, abstaining? Okay, so anyone from the public who wishes to be heard regarding just ordinance 21-11, that's the ordinance I just read, please raise your hand virtually or get our attention and we'll have you speak.
See no one, Mayor.
Okay, can I have a motion to close the public portion?
So moved.
Second. Second.
All in favor?
Wu and Pharaoh.
We got it.
Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Opposed, recused, abstain? Okay, thank you. Could I have a motion to authorize and approve 21-11, please?
I make the motion.
Second.
Give a roll call.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Kutrubas,
No.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Di Gregorio. I don't see him on screen. I don't see him, Mayor. Councilman Luciano,
I think Di Gregorio and Luciano left. And let me see if they're in the waiting room or anywhere. No, okay, so this ordinance, which is,
Mayor,
yeah,
I would suggest that we wait to see if they're going to return before we continue the vote. Because if there is a problem in their failure to vote, we're probably going to have a contest on the bond ordinance. So let's hope we can get them all back.
well, do you want me to go to their houses and ring their door?
No, I think we give them a couple more minutes and I would suggest that maybe we take a break.
Okay, so right now it's 3-1 with Katruba being the no, okay. Di Gregorio's back. He was back, he's gone again.
I don't see them. You have to mark the time if they're not. in the meeting. 10:35.
So they are gone.
How long you gonna give me?
Okay. What do you want to do, Mr. Bernstein?
You want to continue the roll, Your Honor?
Councilman DeGregorio? Councilman Luciano? Didn't hear anything there. That considered a no?
Well, you need 4 to pass, correct, Mr. Bernstein?
That is correct, so it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, because Mr. Katrubis voted no again on the bond ordinance.
So it's 3 in favor, 1
Thank you,
against,
Mr.
not
Kutuba.
voting, the motion fails.
What was that, Mr. Farrow?
I say thank you to Mr. Kotuba.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead, and if you can actually explain why you voted no, it'd be great.
Because it's my right to vote no.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Farrow, you haven't called me once to discuss anything, nor has the mayor. You've had a month to resolve any sort of
I
issue.
think we spoke some time ago.
We never spoke about, we did speak some time ago. That's very clever, sir, but you never called me to resolve any issues. The truth of the matter here, folks, is the mayor
Well, you know,
does whatever he
that
wants to do,
like
and it's okay.
You are just trying to do some damage.
I'm not just
That's the
trying to
only
do
thing-
anything,
That's the
sir.
only
I
thing
have,
that you're doing.
I'm a duly elected official, and I'm allowed to vote any which
You
way I
you
want.
are allowed to vote whichever way you want.
That's
but
right.
you are doing
Unlike you, who
damage
just
to
votes
this
whatever they
forum.
tell you to vote,
Doing
you just check
damage
your
to this
text
forum.
messages. So
You
please
are
don't get
doing
into,
damage
I don't
to
want to
this
get into
forum.
any sort of
You
banter.
have no idea what you're
So,
doing.
Mr. Katrubis,
You have no idea what you're doing.
I did not receive any calls from your emails asking questions.
You're the mayor, sir. You're supposed to
I'm
be.
sorry,
the-
I'm speaking. I did not receive any questions from you. From the time this ordinance has been introduced, the first time, I did not receive any questions. I did not receive any phone calls. If there's something that you have a question on, please ask now. We'll try to answer it. If you want to give us a reason other than that it's your right to vote no, but I think the public deserves to understand the specific reason, because right now.
I think you're highly irresponsible with the way that you're governing the government. That's what I think.
I'm sorry, right now, you're impacting negatively the safety of our residents by voting no on this again, okay? So go ahead and explain why you voted no.
You were supposed to split it. Mr. Bernstein asked you to split it. You didn't want to split it. I believe other council people sent you an email requesting that you split it. All went ignored.
That's not my
So
job.
don't blame the safety of the public. That's on you,
Not
sir.
my
It's not
job
on
to
me.
split it. And how would
You're
you
the
split it,
leader.
sir?
I respect you as the
How would you
leader,
split it?
but you're not acting like one.
How would you split it?
We've made that suggestion before. There's no reason to get back into it
there is
again.
a reason. You
We're
have
here
the
very
public
late, sir. Start acting like a leader, please.
We have
Thank
the
you.
public here, and.
Let the public
I have
know.
nothing more to say.
We have the
Let the
public,
public know.
tell the public what you want split out of this ordinance, please.
I told you, any sort of safety issues, you have issues with, you need funding for the 911, the IT, fine, split them.
But what don't you want?
You've had your opportunity to split all these. There's been multiple requests. I don't
I
understand why you
haven't
need
seen
to put me.
anything from you in writing being specific, other than these sound bites that you throw out and tell me how much you respect me, but then you really don't, and that's okay.
I never said that.
What
I never said I didn't respect you, sir. I respect all human beings.
Okay, what specifically don't you want to fund here?
What I specifically would like to fund is anything that's critical for our emergency staff that would possibly need. You keep saying that the public is at risk. You tell me what is needed for the public to be put out of risk, and we can split it.
I'm asking you a question and you're not answering. I said, what don't you want to fund?
Again, I don't understand the back and forth. You're the one that mentioned that the public is at risk. You tell me as the leader, what is what is it that is needed to put the public not at risk and take it out? And I'll be more than happy to help you, sir.
But sir, this is a comprehensive bond ordinance, right? So apparently there are certain things that you don't want funded. Can you please articulate with some level of reasonable specificity what it is that you do not want to fund?
Mr. Mayor, I think I've been very clear so far. There's no reason to go into it again.
I'm asking you to articulate what you do not want to fund, and you're not willing to do that, which means that, this is just gamesmanship, and perhaps you're
No
trying to.
gamesmanship, sir. I think I've been quite clear.
You're not clear. You're not
Okay.
clear. In your mind, you might think you're clear, but I'm going to leave here tonight wondering what it is that Tim Katrubis, our councilman, is not willing to fund. Can you
I just told you, you tell me, strip out what is needed for the public workers.
No.
I'm not going back. I'm not doing this
I'm
anymore.
asking you, sorry, the question is, and you're not willing to answer it, but for the public, I am asking Councilman Katrubis, who is usually very vocal on a lot of things, what it is specifically that he does not want to fund in this ordinance. Mr. Katrubis, please answer that question.
I just said, you tell me what is needed for the public workers. I don't understand why you continue going back.
Mr. Katrubis, I think everything.
I have nothing more to say. Thank you.
Mr. Katrubis, you're at a meeting. You're an elected official. You voted no on a bond ordinance again. And you're not articulating a specific reason.
I'm done with the
why-
sound bites, sir. Let's
why-
move on. Thank you.
No,
The
hold on.
public should know.
Can't you tell us exactly what you don't want to fund? Okay, I don't think he's going to.
I
Mr.
just told you
Barr,
exactly what I'm willing to fund. I don't understand what makes it so difficult. Why do you insist on going in a circular argument here?
Not a circular
Move on. I'm finished. Thank you.
No, you're playing games, and you just got called. Okay.
No, I didn't. You're the one playing games.
I see your hand up, Ms. McMorrow. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to go over this bond ordinance. And for the public's edification, I did email and ask Councilman Wu to ask his committee, Finance Committee, that's made up of Councilman Katrubis and Councilman Di Gregorio, based on the recommendation of the borough attorney from the last meeting, what they were willing to look at to accomplish a 4 vote. I did not receive a response, Mayor. So I would like to hear what Councilman Wu says with their responses, but I just need to know from a safety standpoint, we're facing some very serious issues here. The borough's telephone system is one of them, which includes the 911 system. We are on borrowed time. I've explained that. The chief of police has explained that. If something goes wrong, it will be on the responsibilities of the council members that are voting no.
That's
And,
not true. That's
it
not
will be
true.
on
It's the
Mayor, I would
responsibility
like
of
to
the mayor.
finish. I would like to finish. It's not the mayor's responsibility. It's the council members' responsibilities and the mayor, but you need 4 votes. Mayor, I want to bring the
And the mayor.
safety. I want to bring the safety issues. I'm going to say them again. 1, telephone system, which includes borough hall and police. 2, the IT equipment, which this council is very well aware of what this borough has faced, is facing, and is in the process of still needing to fix. We need the monies from the capital ordinance to pay for items that we've already committed to. We have a certain amount in the budget so far. As of today, we were okay. I'm gonna have to talk to the CFO after today with this no vote, how we proceed at this point, because we need money in certain areas. The other issue is,
There's 1.7 that's allocated to litigation. You can use that because I feel that that's going to be
Mayor, I'm not
responsible.
I'm not a CFO, neither is Councilman Katrubis. These are capital ordinance.
I know, there's ways to
items.
split it.
Okay, Mayor. The other issues, I just want a straight answer while we are here with this council, because everyone keeps saying that they're willing to do something, but when I send the emails, I don't get responses. So I will go through these items right now. Mr. Bernstein, am I allowed to do that? To get a straw poll consensus and I will immediately start a new preparation of a bond ordinance with Mr. Rogan. I need direction from this council who is not responding to me. Mr. Bernstein?
They're willing to respond to you, you can ask.
Okay.
Okay, and just before you do that, so for the benefit of the public, I'm not allowed to vote on a bond ordinance. That's why we need, and you need to have 4 yeses.
Yeah, I need 4 council
Okay.
members, correct, yeah.
Right. And
I
right now
understand.
we have 3 yeses, 1 no. So go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so the first item on A, acquisition of new information technology. That is the new additional or replacement equipment, machinery, new automotive vehicle. This is the police request. Councilman Wu, would you be in favor of that being included in the bond ordinance?
Yes,
Councilman
I
Wu.
voted yes, because I,
Okay,
yes.
okay. Councilman Farrow,
Perhaps the easier way to do it is to say, is there anyone that's not in favor of that?
okay, is there anyone not in favor of placing the $191,000 police request into the bond ordinance? Councilman Katrubis?
191,000 for the police? Fine, you can put that in the bond ordinance. Yes, I have no issues there.
Okay. Next, is the $85,000 request for the DPW. It was,
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Yes.
She's in the middle of a sentence. Go ahead, Ms. McMorro.
It's for replacement equipment, machinery, and a new automotive vehicle for the Department of Public Works and field grooming equipment. It was for $85,000. Councilman Katrubis, would you be in favor of that?
The DPW,
DPW, yes.
I'm in favor of that.
Okay. Mayor, since Councilman Katrubis is the only one that voted no, is it okay to just ask him? The other ones already voted yes.
Well,
Excuse me, I'm back. I'd like to say something.
Mr. Di Gregorio had dropped off and Mr. Luciano still is not here, so you could ask Mr. Di Gregorio.
Okay, sure. Mr.
If
Di
you would
Gregorio,
recall, you could have avoided this whole thing if you had
We went
split.
through all that already. We went through all that. Please
Oh,
just answer.
If you didn't kick me off, then I would have been here.
You left, okay, at a convenient time, by the way, because you don't want to deal with this.
okay, Mr. Di Gregorio,
I think that it's been clear. It's been very clear that we have no issue.
Mr. Di Gregorio, we're in the middle of analyzing the items that Mr. Katrubis would have voted for because he can't articulate what he voted against. So we're doing this.
Mr. Mayor, please don't insult me. I can articulate far more than you ever could, so please stop.
Well, why don't you articulate it then? Because you're not, okay?
I just told you, Mr. Mayor.
okay, if I just
Stop
make
being
a
such an important individual. The only reason you're sitting where you're sitting is because independent.
Hold a second. Wait a minute. You seem very angry this evening, Mr. Katrubis. Okay, just cut it out. We're trying to get a budget to protect our residents that you just turned down, okay? And by the way, there's children who are being hurt by this too.
Okay, Mr. Di Gregorio, would you be in favor of including the 85,000 for the DPW needs? Mr. Di Gregorio?
You're not muted. Mr. Di Gregorio, you are not muted.
He's not muted.
He's not
Mayor,
muted.
okay, Mr. Di Gregorio, would you be in
I
favor?
will say again, if you had listened to us originally,
I did.
you would have had a budget tonight.
Excuse me.
Just say yes or no. Gee.
The DPW, we had no opportunity for discussion. You have muted us continually. We have
Had 2
absolutely no
months.
voice.
You've had 2 months
No voice.
with this, sir. You're lying.
No voice. We asked to split the bond ordinance and
Did
it
you
was not
split it?
done.
Did you split it?
This was very clear. No, this was up to
No, you
you
didn't.
to do it.
Because I have to try to figure out what's. in
Very
your
simple.
plan that you're
So
going-
don't go blaming the Democrats or
No, no, who
us.
else is gonna blame you?
We are
guys voted
very,
no. The
as I
2000
said, we are prudent. We are prudent
May I
and we're
continue?
careful.
Mr.
You
Di
rammed
Gregorio-
this through.
Stop. Go ahead, Ms. McMorro.
Okay, I'm trying to find out, Mayor, if he will be in favor of voting on the DPW.
You've got four votes, Mr.
Okay,
McMorro,
let
at
me
the
go
moment
next.
to move
Okay.
on.
Acquisition.
By the way,
Okay.
being uncooperative, so look,
Okay.
let's just.
All right.
talk about the
Mr. Katrubis, as to the new communications, hold on.
Yes, new
Fire
communication.
Department Radio Communications
Right,
and
fire
SCBA.
department. Yes, okay, hold on.
Information of technology upgrades for the
Yes.
various departments.
250,000, yes?
Yes.
New telephone system,
Hold on,
Yes.
Mr. Bernstein,
not Whitty Field, I assume.
Whitty Field?
You have the money sitting in the $1.7 million, which I feel that the mayor is being reckless with.
It's not- it's
I
not-
The answer, let, folks,
Hold on a second. Now, let me just say this. Mr. Katrubis, you are woefully confused. I don't
No,
vote.
I'm
on
not.
bond ordinances.
No,
I-
I'm not.
I don't vote on bound ordinances. It's the council. It's the council and not the mayor, okay? And it's your responsibility. That's the way the law is set up. So don't play pretend with the public. This is you, it's on you, and it's on you guys to do the work, and none of you are doing the work, and we've been at this for 2 months, okay?
so everything but F.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that the council members understand if you take F out, as Mr. Hippolyte explained, Mayor, then we will be turning down the possibility of receiving a $650,000 grant for the improvement at Whitty Field. I just want to make sure if we take F out, that is what will happen.
When will that happen?
Our deadline, it was originally June 30th. It got extended to July 15th, but once we take it out, which I'm getting the direction on how to prepare this bond ordinance. Once we take it out, Mr. Hippolyte explained to everyone, we will not look as a serious candidate to receiving grant money. And he says you might as well not even apply for it because you won't get it. So if we
Well, I
take it,
guess we'll have to have another discussion for that.
Well,
When the
that-
mayor is willing to compromise and when the
It's not
mayor
the
is willing
mayor.
to call me, we'll talk.
It's not the mayor, sir.
Okay.
The council president, of the council.
You're in control of everything, Mr. Mayor.
No,
okay?
actually,
You're in
I'm not,
control.
sir.
You're the one that has
guys
been
are.
obstructing everything. You're in control of all the
You
litigation.
guys are. You know what? It's easy to not do any work in between.
Oh, I
meetings.
do a lot of work.
No, actually you don't. It's easy to not do any work in between meetings, come to a meeting, vote no on everything, and then try to blame me. I don't vote on bond ordinances, okay? I do not vote. The law does not give me that right, which means that responsibility, sir, is on you. Okay? The six of you are responsible for everything financial in this town. So be clear, be honest, and do your jobs. Ms. McMorrow, what do you suggest we do with
The
this one?
6 of us are not responsible for litigation. You are.
I can't vote on that. You guys have to.
Okay. Just
You
making
vote
sure we're
first. I
clear.
only break ties, sir, in case, after 6 months, you're still not clear on that. I don't carry. You guys carry. If there's a tie on anything other than bond ordinances, I break that tie.
You don't give us
Okay?
any information,
But to
Mr.
just-
Mayor. You got us completely
Sir,
locked out of all
You
litigation.
have all the information
whatever you wanna do.
And you can write all the letters to the town you want. But you know
Mhm.
what? The one thing I can't make you or anyone else on this council do is actually read the information, okay? And if I could, I would, but I can't. So you need to actually open up those emails, open up those attachments, read them, get together, have your committee meetings, talk to the council president, and get this work done. Because right now, I have Di Gregorio and Luciano wanting to talk about anything but the subject matter. I have you, Tim, not willing to actually do your job, and I don't get to vote. Believe me, if I got to vote, this wouldn't be a problem, all right? Mr. Bernstein, where do we
It's a
go?
complete lie, sir. You rammed eminent domain right down everyone's throat.
I didn't ram it.
Okay.
You're gonna vote on it. I don't vote on it
Okay.
right now.
You rammed it right down everyone's throat.
No,
No research, nothing, no appraisal. It's
we're following
completely
the
irresponsible
statute.
what you're doing.
We're following the statute, and Councilman Wu's been involved throughout, okay?
No
Tell
experts.
Mr.
expert
Rogan to put
opinions,
together a
nothing.
bond ordinance other than Whitty Field.
The pom-poms. Let's just do eminent domain with no plan.
okay, as long as, Mr. Bernstein, I just want to make sure, I don't want to get blamed for losing a grant of $650,000.
Is Mr. Hippolyte still around?
Yes, he's here.
Andy, did you not
Andy,
say? Yeah.
Andy, are Green Acres grants guaranteed?
No grant is guaranteed, but if you're
Right,
not,
so if we made an application with or without the bond ordinance, there's no guarantee the Green Acres would approve it.
there's never a guarantee, but Green Acres, if you have an application where you have a park that needs to be done, there's a good chance there's a lot of money in Green Acres. They haven't had it in a couple of years. There's a good chance you'll get it. Your application is stronger if you're funding it. So, but you're not, if you don't fund anything for it, there's no money to apply. You need $5,500 even just apply for it. So it's a, and if you're not going to do anything, it's a dead issue. Don't waste your money. I wouldn't waste your money, but
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean,
Here's your, here. Put the bond ordinance up as it looks like we have votes for.
okay. Can we have it done for the special meeting? I'll try and get that done because these matters are very, from a health and safety standpoint.
See if Mr. Roger can get it on the agenda.
Okay.
All right, next on the agenda, 2111 fails again. It was 3-1. Mr. Katrubis voted no. 2112, these are introductions. Public hearing is July 14th, which is our next regular meeting. 2112, an ordinance amending, revising, and supplementing Chapter 16 of the Borough Code entitled Charitable Solicitation, most notably Section 16-2, entitled Permit Application, especially Section 16-2G and 16-2H, as well as Section 16-3 entitled Approval of the Revised General Ordinances of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey. This is an introduction. Can I have a motion to introduce this ordinance?
I moved that one. That's 2112.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Move it.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Kutrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano,
I don't see either of them again.
I have to say that.
Let me check the waiting room, please. There are some people here, but it's not them.
Mayor, Ms. Borchers thinks he might be under guest.
so I'm under guest before. I don't know if he still is. Councilman Di Gregorio,
Once I change it to guest, they let me in from Debbie's iPhone.
Debbie's iPhone. What's that name? From Debbie's iPhone.
You see the bottom, I need to make sure I'm muted or not.
Debbie, we're still trying to clean up your mess. Why don't you mute yourself?
can I continue, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Luciano? I do not see him.
Well, you think?
Motion passes 4 in favor, none
4 in
against, 2 non-voting.
Okay, well. 21-13, ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement Chapter 30 of the Englewood Cliffs Borough Code entitled Zoning. Most notably, Section 30-5 entitled Use Regulations by adding sections 30-5 paren A close paren and 30-5 paren B close paren, prohibiting any class of cannabis business within the geographical boundaries of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs. This is an introduction. Can I have a motion to introduce?
Introduce 2113.
So moved. Yes, Mr. Farrow, it's 21-13, sir.
Yes, I introduced that.
Okay, can I have a roll call?
There's a second.
Council President Wu,
We had a second.
Second by Wood.
It was,
second by Farrow. Councilman Farrow,
I introduced and William seconded.
No, we had it the other way.
We had a Council President Wu motion and Councilman Farrow seconded.
All right.
Council
Okay.
President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano,
How is she recording these votes that are not answering,
Non-voting, not present.
not present?
Okay.
passes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Hold on.
21-14, an ordinance.
Not present. Put not present.
An ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement Chapter 3 of the Borough Code entitled Police Regulations, most notably Section 3-19 entitled Smoking and Use of Tobacco Products Prohibited. To add Section 30-5A and 30-5B, prohibiting any class of cannabis business within the geographical boundaries of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs. Do you have a motion to introduce that, please?
Second.
So it's Wu, Farrow. Can I have a roll call?
Council President Wu, Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano,
Okay, it passes.
passes.
21-15, thank you. 21-15, an ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement Chapter 4 of the Borough Code of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs entitled General Licensing by creating a new Section 4-10 entitled Games of Chance. Can I have a motion to introduce that, please?
To move.
Second.
Have a roll call, please?
Okay. Council President Wu, Council President Wu,
Yeah, I'm just taking one last read. I apologize. Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano,
Passes.
Okay, 21-16, an ordinance to amend, revise, and supplement ordinance number 21-05 entitled an ordinance fixing salaries, wages, and compensation for all salaried, appointed, and elected officials within the Borough of Englewood Cliffs in the County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, by amending, revising, and supplementing the 2021 salary for the position of police records clerk / police chief's secretary. Can I have a motion to introduce this, please?
So moved.
Second.
Have a roll call, please?
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano. It passes.
Thank you. Ordinance 21-17, an ordinance authorizing the acquisition by purchase or condemnation of real property located at 800 Sylvan Avenue and designated as Block 10, Lot 1 on the Borough of Englewood Cliffs official tax map owned by 800 Sylvan Avenue LLC.
I move 21-17.
Oh, no.
Now, Councilman Wu, did you have a change that you wanted to make there?
I did, just for the public, I just want to change and edit the sections in here that refer to the mayor and or designee to say the mayor and council.
Okay, so wherever it says designee, change that word to council. So that'll be a global change. It'll be mayor and council versus mayor and designee.
Yeah, and if we could just delete the / or as well, the mayor and council.
That's fine. Okay, with that,
Nancy, will your office be providing those changes to the deputy clerk?
Yes, we will. Mr. Hack is paying attention.
I understand.
And by the way, for the record, only one of us is billing tonight.
I know that.
Thank you.
No, I'm putting it on the record because I'm sure it'll come up down the road.
You think so? So, Mr. Hack, thank you. With that change in mind,
Do I have, does the maker of the motion and the maker of the second accept the changes?
Yes,
Mr. Wu,
I made it.
Sorry, what are you asking me?
I'm asking, does the maker of the motion and the maker of the second accept the changes
I
requested?
made the motion and accepted.
Yes.
Okay.
Wu seconds.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
This is the first, introduction, right?
yes, it
Yes.
is.
Still, I don't have confidence about this one. But I'm gonna say today, yes, but, second reading, I wanted to know more in depth. I wanted to understand about this one. So just, for my record, I just say yes, but we have to second reading to analyze about financial and all the risk, those kind of factors. I wanted to know that. And then after that, I don't have confidence. I don't want to support about this one. So, okay, this first initial reading, yeah, I just say yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes,
Councilman Kutrubis,
No.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano. 3-3.
Motion passes.
Not 3-3.
What is it?
3.
3-1.
One no.
Two-
One no
two
and
none-
two
two
non.
not present. Motion passes.
Mayor, for the record, I don't know if you read the public hearing on all these ordinances, July 14th and stuff, just to make sure. for the record.
okay.
So when the second reading?
July 14th
July
at the
14th?
moment.
Okay.
July 14th is when the public hearing is scheduled. Doesn't mean you have to take a vote.
Okay, let the record reflect that I've been checking to see if Di Gregorio and Luciano have rejoined. They haven't. I don't see them here.
Mr. Luciano, I just saw him come into the waiting room.
Okay. All right. Perhaps it's just a form of gamesmanship to avoid voting, I think. Whatever. Next up are resolutions 21-129, deed of payment of claims for May 13th, 2021 through June 9th, 2021. The total bill list is $1,961,852.91. You have a motion to accept that, or approve that?
So moved.
second,
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
yes,
Councilman Kutrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano. Passes.
Thank you. 21-130. This is a resolution to renew liquor licenses for 2021-2022. You have a motion?
So move.
Second.
A roll call?
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
yes,
Councilman Kutrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano.
Mr. Luciano, your sign says that you're muted, but
Yeah, I know. Thank you for unmuting me.
I'm sorry, that's your own fault because we've been looking for you for the last half hour. You're now back. And when you come in, we don't realize that you're muted. So you're unmuted now. Go ahead.
Well, you do know it because it's right there up on your screen when I'm muted, so don't play that game. But anyway, just so for the record's clear, I don't.
I'm sorry. That game's being played. We've been calling your name for the last 45 minutes. We've been checking the waiting room for you. The only thing we haven't done is go and ring your doorbell. You disappeared. I hope you had a good dinner. We're voting on 21
Are you going to allow me to speak?
We're voting on 21.
Are you going to allow me to speak?
Sir, how do you vote?
Are you gonna allow me to speak?
You can speak, sir, but we're looking for.
Thank you. So then shut up and let me speak.
We're voting.
Okay, I know you're voting, but I just got back in the meeting and I wanted to say that I lost my internet service. So that's why I was out of the meeting. And now I'm back. I'm sorry that I lost internet service, and you can paint it any way you want and make your little snickering, snide, petulant comments. But that's what happened. And now I'm back, and I sat through the last vote with my, once again, my microphone muted and unable to get in. So what are we voting on right now?
21-130, how do you vote?
Well, if you can give me more than 21-130, I'll let you know.
Liquor license renewals, Councilman.
Can we break them apart? Because I'm gonna have to abstain on one, so there's not an appearance of a conflict.
So vote in favor of all and abstain on the one.
Okay, then that's what I do. Thank you.
Which one are you abstaining on?
I don't have it in front of me, so the one I don't want, I really had a question on the bill list too, but I was muted, so I couldn't question it.
You were absent.
No, I wasn't. You know, I was here. Check the video. You'll be able to check it later. The public can check it later, because you're just full of hogwash like every other time.
We just have to bend over backwards for you, Mr. Luciano.
You need to bend over backwards, all right, Mayor?
Some people are just not fit for these meetings, and you might be one of those, but go ahead.
Which one are you abstaining?
You're not fit for anyone. I'm trying to look at the corporate title. So I'm trying to find it right now, but in my disarray of trying to get my computer back up.
Would you,
I'm
Councilman,
trying
do
to
you want-
go, I'm trying to
do you
go
want us-
through the 57 pages that we obtained today.
Mayor, we'll read it. Councilman, do you
I'm
want us
sorry,
to
say
read
that
the-
again?
Do you want us to read the names? I'll be more than happy to read it for you.
Well, I think, Ms. McMorro, you know the one I'm referring to, so
Yeah, and I-
if you can just identify the one, it will make it a lot easier.
You know what? It must have a different, and I understand. Hold on one second.
Why don't you mention the restaurant?
Hold on, Mayor. 484 Sylvan Avenue.
Your audio was very low. I didn't hear you.
Or is it 484 Sylvan Avenue Corp?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, so that's the one you're abstaining on.
Thank you. We know. So the mayor can make his snide, little snickering, petulant comments all he wants.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So we have four.
Who's got their hand up? Oh,
That's me, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I'd like to know if I can make a motion to have an RFP for a recreation director, please, to have that extended.
Mr. Bernstein, we're in the middle of these resolutions. Is that something that he should do at the end or do it now?
Put it on new business, put it right after it.
My
Make it
apologies, I didn't know.
We'll make it 21-143. So when it comes up, Mr. Katrubis, just remind us all.
Okay.
21-131, resolution of Borough of Englewood Cliff supporting the click it or ticket mobilization from May 24th through June 6, 2021. This is somewhat retroactive, but can I have a motion, please?
So move.
Second.
The roll call.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Petrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano.
What number is this?
131, click it or ticket.
I'm sorry, 131.
Yep.
Click it or ticket. Yes.
21-132, resolution to approve raffle application for Japanese Children's Society. Can I have a motion? Sorry, did somebody move that? I didn't hear you.
Not yet.
I did. Who is second?
Who moved that, Mayor? We're not coming through.
I did it.
Oh, Mark moved it. And who seconded?
Second was. Who seconded that?
Can someone second, please?
Second.
Whoa.
Have a roll call, please.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Petrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano.
Aye.
It passes.
Thank you. 21-133, resolution amending resolution 21-77, authorizing Colliers Engineering and Design, Inc., doing business as Mazer Consulting to provide professional engineering and architectural services as to interior renovations within the police department building. Can I have a motion, please?
So move.
Discussion, please, Mayor.
Yeah.
I just want to confirm what is this, the lockers and the bathrooms? How much are we talking about in terms of coverage for the police department?
Council President, actually, this is a resolution correcting the previously approved resolution relative to the interior design of the police department. We were originally authorizing 91,000. We're now authorizing 45,000.
So it's just a change in the amount.
It's changing the amount of Mr. Hippolyt's firm's fees.
Can you just help me recall what parts of the police department the work covers?
The lobby bathrooms and the department locker rooms.
Okay.
And if there's enough money, a female bathroom.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have a second? Councilman Wu?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Kutrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano.
No. Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
Since I just like to have a couple motions added at the end, like Councilman Katrubis as well, please.
21-134, resolution authorizing Colliers Engineering and Design to place a Summit Street fiscal year 2019 municipal aid program project out for public bidding.
Is there anybody in the waiting room too, Council President or Mrs. McMorro? Is there anybody in the waiting room? If there are, can you please let them in?
Everyone's in.
We check periodically.
That's why I was reminding you. Thank you. Because the periodic was 10 minutes for me.
No, we check quite often for you.
I'm sure you did. I know. You got a good dialogue.
No, I want to follow the rules.
No, I know.
You disappeared.
No, I know.
Yeah. You didn't call anyone either, by the way.
No, I know.
Your cell phone was out?
No, I know.
134.
134, resolution authorizing Colliers Engineering and Design to place the Summit Street fiscal year 2019 municipal budget, municipal aid program project out for public bidding.
Move that.
Second.
Give a roll call.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Kutrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano.
Abstain.
21-135, resolution authorizing Colliers Engineering and Design to provide professional engineering services for the Summit Street fiscal year 2019 municipal aid program project for a total cost of $40,000.
So move.
Second.
Farrow moved second.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Kutrubis, Councilman
Yes.
Kutrubis,
Yes. Sorry.
Councilman Di Gregorio, Councilman Luciano.
No.
Mayor passes.
21-136, resolution authorizing indemnity and hold harmless agreement for 29 Bayview Avenue.
Excuse me. I think that 136, 137, 138 is what is 139? I don't know. 138. We can combine together. We can save time.
Does anybody have conflicts with 136, 137, and 138?
I'd just like to have clarification on what they actually are for.
Mr. Bernstein, could you explain that and also let me know if we could just combine them as Councilman Park suggested?
The answer to the second question, Mayor, is yes, if no one has an agreement. This is an issue to allow people to encroach into our borough easements and to indemnify us for doing so.
And what's the need to allow them to encroach instead of staying on their property?
Fence easements, bluestone issues, driveway trench systems.
No, I can read that, but what's the need that we can't require them to stay on their property? Just
They've gotten
because they want to be on our property?
Because they've gotten approval to do so.
Where did they get approval?
Previous, either the planning department, the construction department, or the planning board.
So then why do we need to vote on it if they already have approval?
Because we want an indemnity agreement in case something happens in there.
So we're only voting on the indemnification part and we don't have a say in whether people encroach on our property.
That's correct. On these situations.
Can you just clarify for me? And I'm not trying to be difficult, but what do you mean in these situations?
These are applications that have been previously approved.
Previously approved where?
By the construction department, the planning department, or the planning board.
Don't they ultimately belong to us and they don't have the ultimate approval to allow private citizens to encroach on government property? Doesn't that necessarily fall with the responsibility of the mayor and council? I'm not, am I muted or?
No.
Oh, okay, so doesn't that necessarily, I hear what you're saying, it's prior approval. Is that prior approval legitimate? Because as far as I know, that approval has to be made by us. And I think one of them happens to be with the builder who is possibly the chairman of the planning board. So I think that might be or the Board of Adjustments or whatever title we have, because we have a combined board. I think one of the properties is can that be identified? Shouldn't that be at least been made public? That possibly one of those properties is the developer is the president of the planning board. So if the planning board authorized that prior, I see there's a significant conflict going on with what you're telling me, Mr. Bernstein.
Mr. Bernstein, I don't believe this was before the planning board. I believe, I think
we're going to get legal clarification.
it was, first of all, the agreements were sent to everyone, but I believe it was within the building department or the prior engineer. I don't believe it was Mr. Hippolyt's office either. I think it might have been through Neglia, but the agreements or the dates should reflect that.
But that doesn't, with all due respect, Mrs. McMorrow.
No, I was just answering you. I was just answering your question about
the answer to the question, Councilman, is 29 and 33.
29 and 33. What does that mean? 29.
29 Bayview and 33 Bayview, and I believe the answer, Ms. McMorrow did indicate this is an item that we have been asking about for a while and that predates our involvement as well.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily bind our hands to approve. Because what you're saying is our hands are bound and we're going to make an exception that allowed someone to build that, even though it might have already been done, build over our easement, and we're going to, when we talk about having our responsibilities, right? Fiduciary, don't we have a responsibility to not necessarily approve things that might have been done wrong previously? And even with those, I'm just curious, how we're supposed to be the ones that are the approval, not someone coming to us from the planning board, the Board of Adjustment, least of all the construction department, that's now going to tell me as a council person that because they approved it, we have to approve it. And look, everybody's sitting there with a glazed over look on their face, but you know what? That's our responsibility. And if you guys are just going to take it that, you know what, it's been previously approved. Now, I think that's shameful. You want to talk about everybody throwing around shameful, but let's talk about again, which property is owned or being developed by the chairman of the planning board that's looking for an easement for the gazebo on our property. Which one is that?
Do this, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but
Of course not.
you receive these resolutions and you start off your dialogue by saying you don't know what these are about. In the first paragraph of each resolution, 136 is for permission to install a driveway trench drain. 137, permission to install a driveway trench drain. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. What's not clear, Mayor, with all due respect.
Wait, I think I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you. And this is a big problem with you. 138, permission to allow a fence and bluestone installation. So everything's been fully disclosed. Grandstanding at a meeting is just grandstanding at a meeting. Can I have a motion, please, to end discussion on this?
I'll make the motion.
Have a second? And okay, all in favor of ending?
No, now we have discussion, right?
We're ending discussion. And if there's a conflict that anyone has with any of these addresses, disclose it when you vote. But Eric, we're ending discussion. What do we do now? Just have a roll call?
Do other members of the governing body have the concerns that the councilman has while he's raising his hand and putting up his sign, which is equally distracting?
Oh, yes, of course. But Eric, we have a motion.
Not distracting, with all due respect, Eric. It's not what's distracting is being muted because as you identified to the mayor last.
I'm sorry, you're interrupting. Okay, we have a motion to end discussion on this because we need to get this meeting done, all right?
Do other council members have the same concerns that Councilman Luciano has? Other than Mr. Di Gregorio, who is.
Oh, he's back.
Yep.
I just didn't come back. All right, so no one else has any issues?
Anyone want any of these motions polled?
Eric, should we just have the vote or do we need to end discussion first?
Got a motion, a second, roll call.
Give a motion to accept 136, 137, 138.
So moved.
Second. Who was the second?
I did.
Don't be ashamed of yourselves. And Mr. Bernstein, just.
You're interrupting.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park.
Yes.
Reflect that Mr. Luciano just gave me the middle finger because I'm trying to keep order of this, okay? Mr. Luciano, I'm going to turn your video off since you can't abide by our rules of conduct. I'm going to unmute you for the vote and we'll continue.
No, what's disgusting is that
Can you have the vote, please?
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis,
I'm gonna abstain. I have no idea what he's saying about a conflict of interest and I don't want to be involved with it.
Councilman Di Gregorio,
the conflict is that we're being told the planning board approved it. And the planning board chairman owns two of the properties that are looking for us to approve them encroaching on our property. And the mayor knows it and everybody else probably knows it, but they vote because the mayor wants it done.
Sorry, if you had information that's relevant to this, you should have disclosed it. None of us have any personal knowledge of any of these addresses, okay? And this is quite common fare where people put up a fence, or people have a driveway drain ditch. And I'm sure your home has one as well, and we're gonna look at that as well, all right? Look, vote or don't vote, I really don't care, because it's gonna pass with you or without you. Go ahead and vote.
Exactly right. And I'll bet you $1 million I don't have a driveway ditch, so you don't know a damn thing, Mayor, not a damn.
He's a no vote again, because quite frankly, I didn't say drainage ditch, I said easement, okay?
Councilman Di Gregorio.
Can't hear you.
I can hear you. No.
Councilman
Luciano.
All right. I don't know if you heard Mr. Di Gregorio. I didn't hear him.
No.
Good no.
Mayor, still don't know a damn thing. I don't have any.
All right, enough. 21-139, resolution of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs rejecting municipal aid grant, fiscal grant for fiscal year 2020. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second,
We have some discussion on this, if it's all right.
Go ahead.
Everyone but us.
Why are we rejecting any sort of aid or any grants?
Because the state and Mr. Hippolyte's still around, I believe. The state has already told you you've been rejected. This is a formality.
Thank you. Okay.
Roll call.
Can you tell me the number, please?
139.
139. Do I have a motion and second? Do I have a motion and a second?
Motion, second, discussion, right, Mr. Bernstein?
I'm sorry.
Right, I haven't heard a motion or a second.
I make a motion.
We did make a motion and then we had discussion from Councilman Katrubis, but we could do it over if you wish. I really don't care.
Who seconded? I didn't get a second.
I'll second it.
Council President Wu? Council
Motion,
President Wu?
second, discussion. What happened to discussion, Eric?
What do you want to discuss, Councilman?
It doesn't matter. The procedure is motion, second,
Yeah, then-
discussion. The mayor doesn't dictate when discussion ends. It's the council that is supposed to have the opportunity to discuss the motion.
Okay, well, while you were out having dinner, we were actually working. Now you're,
While you were here blowing hard,
okay, that's enough. We had a motion, we had a second, we had discussion, and then we had Mr. Luciano's nonsense. Let's have our vote and let's get through this meeting.
Council President Wu?
I'm gonna abstain. I'm gonna abstain.
Councilman Park?
Yes.
Councilman Farrow?
Yes.
Councilman Kutrubis?
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio?
No.
Councilman Luciano?
you all should be ashamed of yourself. Motion, second, discussion.
How do you vote?
That's Robert's Rules of Order, Mayor. I know you say you like to profess it, but you're full of garbage. Motion, second, discussion. You don't get to end discussion.
Third time, how do you vote? Yes, no, recuse.
I vote motion, second, discussion.
He's not voting. It's fine. He had 3 opportunities to vote. So 21-142,
40,
I'm sorry,
40.
140.
140, resolution appointing Andrew Hippolyte of Colliers Engineering and Design as the floodplain administrator for the Borough of Englewood Cliffs. Get a motion?
Make a motion.
Second.
Council President Wu?
Yes.
Councilman Park?
Yes.
Councilman Farrow?
Yes.
Councilman Kutrubis?
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio?
Did we have discussion?
We, actually, what we did was,
Of course not.
no, we actually had a motion, a second. No one chose to discuss anything. I tried to unmute Mr. Luciano. I know it's not as theatrical to actually do things properly, Mr. Luciano, so you had an opportunity.
As a paid professional that we refer to as the borough engineer, I am not impressed at all with Mazer and with Mr. Hippolyte, and I will vote no.
Councilman Luciano?
Robert's Rules of Order say motion, second, discussion.
How do you
It
vote?
seems to the mayor keeps forgetting motion, second.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Mr. Luciano the second time how he votes. Mr. Luciano, how do you vote?
I vote for motion, second, discussion before you call for a vote. That's what I call for. That's what I call for as a,
So there's not always a need for discussion. If people want to discuss, they're certainly free to do that. I've asked Mr. Luciano to vote twice. We'll ask him one more time. Mr. Luciano.
one more time, I'm gonna ask that the
Okay, enough. Next on the agenda is the resolution of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs authorizing settlement of tax appeal Palisades Property Management LLC versus Borough of Englewood Cliffs, Block 502, Lot 3. This is 616 Palisades Avenue.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think I voted on the last resolution. But I'll vote yes, just to,
Okay, I'm sorry.
worse.
We had no discussion either, Tim.
So, I need a motion.
Motion.
Second, please.
Second.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
No discussion again.
Councilman
Beautiful
Park,
thing.
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Katurbis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio,
Without discussion, I vote no.
You're free to discuss, sir. But I can't discuss for you. Okay.
But usually it's motion, second, call for discussion, hearing no discussion.
Okay.
Councilman Luciano,
After you ask for discussion, then you call for a vote. I know, go ahead, mute it.
You're
Go ahead, mute it. You're just making my case better.
You're free to discuss things as you wish after the second. And it's not.
Could I
like-
ask a question, please?
I'm in the middle of a sentence. And it's also not like you to just not jump in. So the fact that you actually wait to do this every time tells me that you're just playing games and it's getting late and we have a very long agenda to get through and we're almost through it. Did you get all your votes, Ms. Borchers?
Councilman Luciano, I didn't get a vote from him.
Okay, we'll give him a third try to vote. Mr.
And Mr. Di Gregorio has a question.
Mr. Di Gregorio, what is your question?
I see two people on the call here, Jared Geist and Brian Hack. Who are they?
Brian Hack is an associate of mine.
And who is Jared Geist?
Mr. Geist is special counsel to the borough.
Why do we have Mr. Geist here?
Mr. Geist is here because Mr. Geist chooses to be here. He's
Is
not
Mr.
here
Geist-
because
is
he,
Mr. Geist billing us?
not that I'm aware of.
Mr.
Well,
Geist.
I'd like to know,
Are you billing us for sitting here all night?
No, I'm not. And
Thank you.
I was asked to be here for part of this and I choose to be here for the rest of it, but no, I'm not.
Thank you.
who asked you and why are you here?
I asked him in case there was a question relative to matters he's involved in.
What kind of matters are you involved in, Mr. Geist?
He's doing special investigations on a couple of issues.
For who and what? I need
The borough
details.
involving employees, Mr. Di Gregorio.
Mr. Bernstein, since are the council as a whole ever going to be informed about what this special investigation is? Because I know I've only been here and I'm sure I'll be reminded by probably more than one person that I haven't been here that long, but
The answer is once they're concluded, yes.
so wait, so we have an investigation going on that we're supposed to vote on a bill to pay an attorney, but we don't have the right to know what that investigation is until the end. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty
Typical,
sneaky.
typical, yes, not sneaky at all.
Okay, and you'll tell us it from who authorized at the beginning that we're not a privilege to know. It seems as though maybe this is like how it gets on the agenda, that we have an agenda committee, but the mayor could put it on there and the mayor can make a decision on eminent domain, but we're not permitted as a council who's gonna pay this bill because the mayor don't vote on that. But that's when we'll be informed at the end.
Okay, just to be clear, I don't make decisions. You guys are the council. You guys make decisions. I just give you the opportunity to make good decisions. And conveniently, on the eminent domain item, Mr. Luciano and Mr. Di Gregorio absented themselves from the meeting. Then joined us again immediately after. So one could scratch their heads, but it's not worth it. Where are we now, Mr.
You could scratch your head if it wasn't up your rear end.
Yeah, that's very respectful. So you go in the waiting room because
Perfect.
you're not following our rules.
You make it better.
So I still need to have some questions answered about Mr. Geist.
Mr. Geist has been assigned by matters from my firm that my office cannot handle that he is doing on behalf of the borough. That's all I can tell you and all I'm going to tell you right now.
Well, his name is well suited because it means ghost. So, Mr. Geist, you're a ghost here. And we should really know exactly what's going on as council people. And especially if the town is paying for this. If my taxpayer money and other taxpayers' money is paying for you to be here, and we have no idea why you're
Mr. Geist has indicated that he is here and not billing, so therefore he's not on the taxpayer dime. And in terms of when we will be able to tell you is when his matters are concluded as permitted relative to investigations. My associate is here, and I indicated, I believe while you were out, that only one of us is billing for this evening. So what else, Councilman?
It just seems a little odd, and to keep do any other council people know what's going on?
No.
Nobody knows.
And the ones who do are part of potential investigation. So that's the end of it.
So nobody knows what's going on, but so those that do. That doesn't make sense to me.
There are people who know what's going on. They may not be on the council. They may be on the council. But at the moment, I'm not having this discussion in a public session. And when Mr. Geist is done with his investigations, we will advise accordingly.
So Mr. Geist is here to investigate something, but it's a mystery.
No, it's not a mystery. It's a mystery maybe to you.
Can I make a move to stop this discussion already?
Well, I guess Ramon, you're the one who knows about this, so
I
you
don't know anything, but it's late, okay?
You know, well, you know what? Then don't be a councilman if it's late. I got to go to work tomorrow morning.
I don't need to listen to you all night over here, okay?
Well, you know, at least I say something and I question something. You question nothing. You're a little puppy dog. I'm here on behalf of the people in town, and I don't care.
Oh, you're just here making a lot of noise, making no sense.
I have a rule. There's no name calling, okay? All right, Mr. DiGregorio, and while you may not believe in ghosts today, you will when Mr. Geist is done. How's that? Like that, Mr. Geist? Ms. Borchers, were we voting or were we waiting to vote?
We're waiting. Don't have a vote from Ms. Luciano on 141.
All right, 141. Mr. Luciano, how do you vote on 141?
You can vote for me, Mayor, since you do everything else.
No, actually don't.
Yeah, you do.
All right, so he's not voting. He refuses to vote. Ms. Borchers,
Passes.
it
It passes.
Thank you. 142, resolution authorizing the borough engineer to submit an application for funding under the 2022 New Jersey Department of Transportation and JDOT Municipal Aid Grant Program. Have a motion, please?
So move.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Kutrubis,
Yes.
Councilman DiGregorio,
Yes.
Councilman Luciano.
Abstain.
21-143, it passes, by the way. 21-143.
That was 142, 143, Mr. Katrubis, what's the resolution?
No, there's another one here.
There is one here.
It is one
So-
more. A resolution authorizing settlement of tax appeal. Nam Lee, Kyung trustee.
All right, sorry, my mistake.
Borough of Englewood.
And if I could go before Mr. Katrubis so I don't get cut off, Mr. Bernstein.
I'm speaking, okay? Maybe that's a difficult concept for you to understand at polite company, but I'm speaking, Mr. Luciano. 21-143, resolution authorizing settlement of tax appeal, Nam Lee, Kyung trustee, Lee, Jen trustee versus Borough of Englewood Cliffs, block 1109, lot 14, 46, Lori Drive. Give a motion, please.
And when the king speaks, we all have to be silent.
So moved.
Second.
Are we having discussion about this?
If you want to, you can have a discussion like you've always.
Well, you're supposed to call for it, like Robert's Rules of Order require. You should call for discussion.
I don't need to call for it.
You don't need to do anything because you're in charge.
Listen, if you guys want to have a discussion, have a discussion.
Well, a lot of times I'm muted, so I can't have a discussion. And when I am unmuted, it's like, you know.
Let's just be clear. You're muted because you're just crude and rude and unacceptable in polite company. Okay, now I don't know what you do when you're not in these meetings, and I don't care. But when you come to these meetings, Mr. Luciano, we're not going to accept your crudeness, your rudeness, and your unacceptability, okay? If you want to behave like everyone else, for the most part, do so. Otherwise, find yourself another council to sit on.
I think if
Too bad I'm here, Mr.
Wu ran
Mayor.
these
You're gonna
meetings,
have to
they would
deal
be a
with
lot more civil. Because Mr. Wu doesn't really say anything.
So the discussion is on 143, and apparently there is no discussion. So can we have a roll call, please?
Thank you. At least you followed one rule, right? Can't hear you, ma'am.
Council President Wu? Council President Wu?
Yeah, this one seems like a rather large appeal. I'm not sure why the amount is reduced so much here. I need more detail on this one. I'm going to abstain.
Did you want to have, I'm sorry, Ms. Borges, I'm sorry, Councilman Wu, did you want to have tax counsel speak to us in closed session at the next one?
If it doesn't pass.
All right. Okay.
I would propose we talk about this one. It's a $400,000
Why don't you motion to table it then, William?
reduction. I abstain, so feel free to vote no.
Oh, I will. Feel free to motion to table it.
There a second?
You live on Laurie Drive, right, Councilman Luciano?
You know where I live.
So you would have an even better idea.
A lot better idea of what?
Councilman, you made a motion to table. Is there a second?
Better idea of what, William?
Second, we can table it.
Who seconded it? I'm sorry.
Mr. Wu, Council President Wu.
Council President made the Wu, I'm sorry.
No,
Council-
Councilman Luciano moved, Council President Wu second. Motion to table 143.
Council President Wu?
Yes.
Councilman Park?
Yes, to table.
Councilman Park?
No.
Councilman Farrow?
No.
Councilman Kutrubis?
Yes, to table it.
Councilman Di Gregorio?
Table, yes.
Councilman Luciano?
Aye, I made the motion. Thank you.
Motion is tabled. We'll arrange to have Mr. Diani at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Can I make a motion before Tim, so I don't get cut off? Because I know when Tim is done with his, the mayor will just end the meeting like he usually does.
Well, here's the issue, right? When we came out of closed session, we did not announce anything additional being added to the agenda.
So you're not going to allow Mr. Katrubis to do it either then? Because you already added and said you.
Actually, I was in the middle of a sentence, so you're muted again. And it was my understanding always that when you come out of closed session, if you want to add things to the agenda, especially things that are going to get voted on, it's at that time that you actually have to do it. When we came to this meeting, we had about 30 members of the public more online than we have right now. So there's a part of our population that may have left and would have wanted to comment on these, because we would have to open up any resolutions to the public, right? This is what we do. This is our responsibility. And Mr. Luciano, who's always lecturing all of us about procedure, I believe would have known that.
Point of order.
Mr. Bernstein, is there anything, I don't recognize your point of order at the moment. Mr. Bernstein, is there anything that you could advise us on here?
Mayor, I would rather that whatever needs to get done gets done and gets on the table.
Exactly.
Glenn, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bernstein.
How do you
Mr. Luciano.
How do you deal with the public not having an opportunity to know about these?
Well, there's a public here. First of all, it's going to require the drafting of resolutions. So I'm assuming what's being asked for is for motions and ultimately resolutions, but I'll listen to what they are.
And the other question that I have, sir, is we had 4 things on old business from the original meeting that the mayor clearly said we'll handle it in the next meeting. And I think he's going to gloss over it and disregard them. So I'd like to know how we handle those 2, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Bernstein, that were on the original meeting that you just disregarded.
So the agenda as presented to the council is the agenda for tonight's meeting.
And
Point of order.
what happened to the old business in the caucus meeting? That you just ignored and took a motion to close the meeting and said, we will handle it in the next meeting. I know you got to look at them to see if you want to handle them or not. But my question is what do you?
I'm going to mute you for a minute and respond. Because I think really everybody's kind of tired of hearing you. Those 4 items are the same 4 items on our regular meeting agenda. I'm looking at them right now. So it's not I got you. It's not an omission. I'm looking at them right now. They're the same 4 items. And what we opted to do was to address them here. And that's what we'll do. So I'm not sure what Mr. Luciano is crying about. Mr. Luciano, don't you agree that those 4 items appear twice tonight, once in caucus and once in regular? And we're in regular now and we're going to address them here.
Well, then you miraculously answered the question.
Well,
so don't tell me about crying. I asked the question. If I overlooked them like you overlooked a few things tonight, then I overlooked.
It seems like you have a challenge with the written English, okay? So not to belabor this anymore, but we had committee.
That's when you do that, that's what I'm gonna tell you. It's written in English.
Committee and council member reports first. I don't know if anyone has a report for the committee or as a council member.
I just have one request, Mayor, on the Finance Committee. We have a schedule for the signing of checks laid out for this meeting. Councilman Luciano, as well as Councilman.
Yeah, I'm not on the Finance Committee.
I'm sorry, I think Mr. Wu had 4.
Yeah, it's not, we have a rotation. We think we should be splitting up the responsibility for the signing of checks. It's only good for all council people to see what the bills are. And there's a rotation and it's an equal rotation through the year. And Councilman Luciano, you were on the list for today, for this meeting. Councilman Katrubis was on for this meeting, but Councilman Farrow filled in. So if I could just request we follow that schedule. I mean, you're not obligated to sign every bill that's out there. But I think it's in the public's interest for everyone to have a look at all the bills.
Okay. Thank you.
So point of order.
Do you have a report? We're on a part of our agenda where you're to give a report of your committee. Do you have a report?
My point of order, yes, I do have a report, but
Okay.
Point of order first. I requested to have several things on the agenda and I confirmed them. I never heard back. There is an agenda committee.
Yes.
I don't know what the agenda committee is responsible for, but William Wu basically ignored everything.
The agenda.
So,
Councilman Katrubis, actually, I'll make a comment on that. The request that you put into the agenda committee, you actually blasted out to the town prior to your request even coming into the agenda committee. I find that very peculiar that you would send the same list prior to sending it to me to have Cliff's Dems have the same agenda sent prior to your request.
well, I'd like to ask you, what difference does it make?
That being said, the agenda committee is made up of 3 people, and we exercised having the agenda committee go to work for this meeting, and the mayor is ex officio to the agenda committee. So there's actually 4 members there. I took a poll of what everyone wanted to see on the agenda committee, and I got everyone's opinion, and what went on the agenda was what was recommended.
Well,
And you can
evidently,
feel free to add what you want at the meeting, and we'll take care of it at the meeting, right?
well, I don't understand. If I can, if something is sent out to the community, these are all items that were brought up by the community. You're denying the community for your own convenience or your own whatever.
Not true.
So I'm being interrupted. I'm being interrupted.
Well, here's the deal, right? There are things that you and your Democratic friends sent out to the town that were either already addressed or were being addressed or were inappropriate for our agenda. The agenda committee met. I attended ex officio. 3 people met, and this is the agenda. Now, I know democracy comes hard to you, Mr. Di Gregorio, but that in fact is democracy. You're one of 6 councilmen, one of 7 members of the governing body. That's just the way it is. You don't get to dictate as an individual what goes on here. And it was actually your brethren in 2019 who changed the bylaws to create this committee, to create agendas. As they say, be careful what you wish for. So let's have your committee report, Mr. Di Gregorio. I'd love to hear.
I'd like to know from Councilman Wu, who was it that met and where did you meet?
We had a phone call.
And how many were on the phone call?
The mayor and Ramon were on the phone. And prior to that, Councilman Katrubis gave his opinion about what should be on the agenda amongst the list.
3 of you? So what right do you have?
There's 4 people, and I requested from council how to address the issue of having 3 members on the committee and the mayor ex officio. I think we need to tighten up how that all works going forward. But for this meeting, we didn't have a chance to get anything, to have a reply from council on that. But I do need to clarify that with.
Tim weigh in, his hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize about the bill signing. Maybe we could do, I know that there is a schedule set up, William, but I filled in for people that didn't show up the last couple of times. If there's a better way, perhaps we could set on a reminder.
It was my mistake, Councilman Katrubis. I actually thought Councilman Farrow was on there.
Oh,
and
okay.
you were on the list, and that's the reason you weren't informed.
Okay, okay, no worries.
Yeah, my fault on that.
So let me get this straight. Who gets to decide what's on the agenda and what's not on the agenda?
I will defer to the Borough Council for that.
William Wu, you basically just explained it. You explained it, your procedure.
I just mentioned to you that we have 4.
Is that a democracy? Is that democratic?
Why, Councilman Di Gregorio, I just explained that we have 3 members on the agenda committee and the mayor ex officio. So as such, there's 4 people on there. And I need to work with the Borough Council to figure out how we're gonna do this going forward.
Just to be clear, only 3 people met at a given time. I have a feeling that we're going to go circling the drain on this issue for a while, Mr. Burns. I'd like to get to the old business, the new business. I know you looked into reopening of Englewood Cliffs Administration Building. Would you like to comment on that, sir? Mr. Bernstein?
What?
Hi.
The
Reopening.
reopening of the building?
Yeah. You want to speak to that?
Can we unmute? I know Mr. Di Gregorio, but I will address both issues while he's unmuted.
All right, he's unmuted.
You know, first of all, point of order.
Actually, Mr. Bernstein has the floor. Please be respectful.
We have provided to the administrator, and she has provided the opinion letter to all of you relative to the reopening of the building and going back to public meetings in a potential hybrid situation. And what I mean by hybrid and not blended is governing body officials, the administrator, the attorney, the clerk in council chambers, and the public via Zoom in order to address the issue of social distancing, masking, and the like. We have advised Ms. McMorrow as to certain situations we believe are applicable under the current guidelines from the CDC, and what limited executive orders the governor has promulgated still exists. I am hopeful that we will be able to get the building opened and the governing body back into public session, non-Zoom in terms of themselves, sooner than later. It's up to the governing body when they want to do that, but our recommendation is, at least for the foreseeable future, is a hybrid with all of you in one room and the public by Zoom.
Mr. Bernstein? I've only been on mute for 10 minutes. Can I ask you a question, please? There was comments made earlier about August. Is there anything that's been promulgated? And I know you skipped over the opening the administration building and jumped to the government meetings. But
no, I dealt with both, Councilman.
Okay, so what right now is preventing us? Because the mayor said last meeting that might be our last Zoom meeting. And right now, from what you provided to us through the borough administrator, was that we could have a hybrid meeting where the mayor and council are in council and have the public be on Zoom. I know for some reason we're getting hung up on doing a blended. That was just a suggestion, and we're using it as a crutch. I said we could do anything. We could do any type of thing, but from what I read from the executive order and what you have sent us, is there's nothing from us right now from having our next meeting with all the council members in chamber and keeping everybody else out in Zoom, because we can't do a blended. Now, if that's the case, why is there an issue in August versus the very next meeting? And I know you're going to say, well, that's up to the mayor and council, when you want to do it, because I don't see anything, unless I'm just misreading it, that preventing us from being able to do that. Just as well as right now, it doesn't seem to me that there's everything that came out with the opening the public building had to do with the employees and whether they're inoculated and wearing masks. The way our administrative building is right now, everybody's out in the hall anyway. So what is stopping, besides some people not wanting council members to be able to come to the administration building? So those are my two questions. Why can't we open up and have the building open and make a decision like it was promulgated? If they're not inoculated, wear masks. And if they are, they don't need masks. And why can't it be open to the public? And why can't we have our next meeting, our next council meeting, whether it's next week with a special meeting that's going to be called, where we're all in the same room and the public's on Zoom? Can you explain that to me, please?
I can. Mario is afraid. He is deathly afraid of losing power. That's why. And then nobody wants to say that. That's the elephant in the room. He is a chicken and afraid. And why don't you show a little courage?
I don't want
to William Wu as council president. They're all chicken.
And I believe, if I may, I apologize, but, and also.
You're muted, Mayor.
Hold on.
Sorry, did you hear me? No. So Mr. DiGregorio, what would I possibly be afraid of? We have a pandemic that's ending. We are trying to find a safe reentry. Our council chamber is not the most conducive place to crowds, and it's not set up for us to be there either together. We asked Mr. Bernstein to advise. He's done so, and we'll deal with it. There's really, in this world and in my life, There's nothing I'm afraid of. And for you to say that is kind of comical. But what I'd really like you to do is stop campaigning and start working as a councilman. Because you're not doing anybody the favors by doing what you do. There's a lot of work to be done. Okay? And all these sound bites and this stuff and the terrible language that you and Mr. Luciano seem to share needs to stop. And all the terrible metaphors, the ethnic metaphors, the occupational metaphors, these are not good. These don't make you look good, okay? And for a guy who's constantly virtue signaling, you really need to re-examine your virtues. Look, we're on the old business reopening. We will get to that. I'll work on it with Mr. Wu, Mr. Bernstein, Ms. McMorrow, and we'll find a solution there. Post-pandemic governing body meetings, we just discussed that. Adding parking, there's a typo there, so adding park seating should be that's number 3. We're working on that. I had a really good conversation with Miss Alvarado, who's a big proponent of the dog park, and Miss Tripathi and some other people. And we wanted to actually talk to Andy Hippolyte about possible areas at Johnson Field for a park, either at the end of Floyd, across from the children's park within the fenced field, just partitioning off a part there. And there might be another option if we could get permission to encroach the buffer from, I guess that would be 910, 920, 9 Sylvan. So I'm going to talk to Andy about it. And then I know Mark Neville was supposed to be talking to the gentleman in Fort Lee, who I'd be grateful to if he would give us some advice as well. And someone actually mentioned using the circle at Cathy Terrace as a potential small dog park. But I think really what people want to do is meet at Johnson Field with their dogs, because they're already doing that. The challenge we have as a council and governing body is that the ordinance dealing with dogs restricts dogs in any recreational area to the walking paths only. So no fields. I've been seeing people with dogs in the children's park, in the Little League field, and that's a health issue, of course. So we need to find a solution here. And I plan on talking to Andy about it some more. Ms. McMorrow, maybe next time you talk to Andy, I don't know if it's tomorrow, maybe we're talking about it. Green Acres application deadline extension, that, Eric, we dealt with that, didn't we, today?
No.
No.
You heard Mr. Hippolyte on the issue and with the bond ordinance having been voted down.
So it's,
I'll leave, he recommended we not go forward, so I assume we're not going forward.
okay, so just leave that alone. All right, so there you go, Mr. Luciano. The 4 items of old and new business from the caucus have now been addressed in the regular meeting. It was like magic. We got it done, right? To adjourn.
Mr. Mayor,
Motion to
point of
adjourn.
order, please. I wanted to add that resolution for the RFQ, RFP for the, we're not doing that today? I'm sorry, I missed that.
The recreation director?
The recreation director, please.
Sure. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. So, guys, so do I have a second to that motion, please?
Second.
And can I, is it all in favor? Hold on a second. Let me make sure everyone's unmuted. Okay, let's do a roll call. This is a motion to put an RFP out, RFQ out for a recreation director. Mr. Katrubis, is that part-time or full-time?
Part-time, whatever we had last time. Just extend whatever we had last time.
I think it was part-time, but I'm not.
Yeah, it was part-time, yes, please.
All right, so it's for a part-time recreation director, and we really do need one. So can I have a roll call, please?
Council President Wu,
Ms. Borchers, we can't hear you.
Council President Wu,
Yes.
Councilman Park,
Yes.
Councilman Farrow,
Yes.
Councilman Kutrubis,
Yes.
Councilman Di Gregorio,
Yes,
Councilman Luciano. Councilman Luciano,
I'm asking him.
Well,
muted.
thank you for unmuting me, but I would have a question for Mr. Bernstein before the mayor probably mutes me again. The mayor and Mr. Bernstein just agreed before when I said I wanted to add a resolution, and I'm sorry, Mr. Katrubis, but how is this not on the agenda and the public not, the mayor's theory was, how is the public going to?
I'm sorry, Mr. Bernstein addressed that. Mr. Luciano, please vote yes or no.
Don't limit me to what I have to do, okay? The question is how are you permitting
To vote.
one council member to add a resolution to the meeting when you have the nerve to say and make up this whole bunch of line of bullcrap that that you can't do this?
All right, bull crap is unacceptable. Let's move on. Mr. Bernstein.
Point of order.
Mr. Bernstein had addressed that. It was clear. Where were we in the voting, Ms. Borchers?
we have 5, and I do not know Mr. Luciano's vote is.
We have
We
an
have 5 votes, it passes.
It passes. All right, can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, we're adjourned. Have a good night.
I
everyone.
oppose, and I was muted
Oppose
and my
the
camera
adjournment.
was shut off. And Mr.
Point of order.
Thank you.
I-
The meeting is over. Good night, everyone.
William,
Make sure the recording is saved and have a good
William,
4th of July, everyone. If I don't see you.
Council President,
Yes.
I would ask you reach out for Mr. Luciano and Mr. Di Gregorio and ask them what they would like to see potentially added
Added to what?
to a future agenda.
Well, you don't have to reach out. They're just constantly telling us what they want.
Well, I'm making a suggestion, Mayor. It's up to the council president what he
We
wants to
did. We
do.
evaluated everything. Speeders, drivers who are speeding. The chief, Englewood Cliffs Police Department are well aware of that. There's signboards. They just can't be everywhere all the time, right?
Okay.
So
My
that was-
suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Council President.
Thank you. Sorry.